please take their seats. Those persons not entitled to the privilege of the floor will please retire to the gallery. The senators and all in attendance will stand and be led in prayer by the Reverend Sue Eves, St. Paul Episcopal Church, Richmond, Virginia.
Let us pray. Almighty God, source of life and sustainer of all creation, we give thanks for being called to serve your people as we seek your will in matters of policy and law. Grant us those gifts of wisdom, discernment, and compassion that will enable us to exercise your justice and mercy for the betterment of those you love, especially the poor, the marginalized, and the disenfranchised. Inspire our hearts to be true and our minds to be faithful to your will. May our deliberations reflect your concern for the dignity of every human being, and our decisions embrace all whom you have made. That our labours on behalf of your people be pleasing in your sight for the glory of your name and the welfare of the people you have given into our care. Amen.
Amen. The clerk will call the roll. All those present will please vote aye. Clerk will close the roll.
You have a quorum, Mr. President. Senate Journal for Monday, February 12, 2018.
I thank the clerk. The senator, thank you. From Northern Chesapeake, Senator Spruill moves that the reading of the journal be waived. All in favor of waiving the reading of the journal will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 2.
Ayes 38, noes 2. The reading of the journal is waived. The clerk will report any communication from the House of Delegates. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman. Good morning, Senator. Thank you.
I respectfully move that we waive any communications received from the House of Delegates, sir.
I thank the senator. Question is, shall the reading of the communication be waived? All in favor of waiving the reading of the communication from the House of Delegates will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 2.
Ayes 38, noes 2. The reading of the communication from the House of Delegates is waived. The clerk will report any communication from the governor.
We do not have any, sir.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now comes the time in the morning hour where we have the privilege of recognizing our distinguished guests who have joined us in the Senate gallery. I'll give my daily friendly reminder that the way this will work is that the senator will recognize the individual or group. I will then extend the warm welcome of the Senate, and we will all clap together for that individual or group. So thank you all so much for your cooperation. I'd like to start by calling on the Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain, on the floor. Okay. Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves.
Well, good morning, Mr. President.
Good morning, Senator.
It's good to see you healthy and ready to go to play basketball.
I appreciate you very much. Thank you, sir.
Mr. President, I'm sure you probably don't have a green sheet, and I will task you my sheet because I have a number of names that have come in. I don't know if you can see them in the gallery because they're in camouflage, but I'd like to rise for an introduction.
The Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the gallery today is Major David Sanchez, who is the husband of one of our DVS benefits operations manager, Mel Sanchez. And Mel does a lot of work, as most of us know. She manages all the constituent casework for the legislators as we go through and have issues with our veterans. Major Sanchez is the course director of the Captain's Career Course at Army Logistics University and his soldiers from Fort Lee. In the gallery today, we have Captain Nicholas Greco, Captain Chris Fowler, Captain Matt Howard, Captain Shane Heap, Captain Jeremy Hunter, Captain Jeffrey Hunt, Captain Dexter Dean, Captain Kenneth Woodford, Captain Sean Leary, and Lieutenant Colonel Keith Fegler, retired. Mr. President, I would ask that you give me 2 seconds to run this up there, because I know you can't scribe that fast.
I think I may actually have gotten it. Yeah,
all right, Mr.
not all the
President.
names, but most of them.
I got it, Mr. President. I would just ask that we give them the warm welcome of the Senate.
I thank the senator. Would our distinguished guests in the gallery please rise if you're able? Thank you to our lieutenant colonel, to our major, to our captains, to Mel. We are so grateful that you're here today. We are grateful for your service, and you represent the best of what this country and this Commonwealth has to offer. Thank you for protecting our freedoms and serving us with such distinction. You, of course, are welcome here anytime, and I would ask everyone please to join me in extending the warm welcome of the Senate to our distinguished guests from the military. Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I rise for two purposes. First, I'd like to send to the desk a governor's bill dealing with restitution.
Thank the senator. The desk will receive it.
Thank you. And, Mr. President, second, I want to ask you to extend the warm welcome of the Senate to a group that's here from the Shenandoah Valley on behalf of the Virginia Athletic Trainers Association. We have a group from Bridgewater College joining us here in the gallery. I think they're up here in the right corner, and may well have some folks from the JMU Athletic Training Group there with them as well. I'm not sure, but in any event, I would ask you to extend to that group a warm welcome of the Senate.
I thank the senator very much. Would our friends from Bridgewater College and JMU in the gallery please rise if you're able? Thank you so much for joining us here today. We are particularly grateful for the Athletic Trainer Association members for your work. It is a wonderful profession and a great field. I myself, who am recovering from a little injury, basketball related, could maybe use your help. And we thank you guys so much for what you're doing. And we're very proud of you here in the Senate. And wish you nothing but the best. And I would ask everyone, please, to join me in extending the warm welcome of the Senate to our friends from Bridgewater College and JMU. Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley. Good morning, Senator. No problem. Are there any other senators who wish to be recognized for purposes of an introduction? Is there any other business to come for the morning hour? Yes. The junior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for an introduction.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. This morning's prayer was given by the Reverend Sue Eves, who is the interim rector of St. Paul's Episcopal Church here in Richmond. I ask that you give her the warm welcome of the Senate.
I thank the senator. Would Reverend Eves please rise in the gallery? Reverend Eves, thank you so much for being here today. Thank you for that really beautiful and heartfelt prayer that you offered today. It gets us off on the right foot on crossover, and we are very grateful for your moral leadership here in the Commonwealth of Virginia. You are a friend of the Senate, and you're welcome back anytime. I would ask everyone please to join me in extending the warm welcome of the Senate to Reverend Eves. Is there any other business to come for the morning hour? Seeing none, the clerk will call the calendar.
Senate calendar for Tuesday, February 13th, 2018. Uncontested calendar. Senate bills on third reading. Senate Bill 95, a bill relating to security freezes for protected consumers.
The senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servell.
I move the bill pass. Speaking to the motion.
Senator has the floor.
Senate Bill 95, ladies and gentlemen, basically expands the number of documents that a parent can use to request a security freeze for their children. It's a pretty simple bill, and if anybody has any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
I thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 95? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 95 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. Senate Bill 95 passes.
Senate Bill 786, a bill relating to online courses and virtual programs.
Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Serville.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill pass, and speaking to the bill on the uncontested calendar.
Thank the senator. You have the floor.
Senate Bill 786, first of all, it only applies in Planning District 8, number 1. Number 2, it basically says that the school systems in that district cannot charge fees to free reduced lunch kids who want to take online classes, and they also have to give them a computer. I ask the bill pass.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 786? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 786 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. Senate Bill 786 passes.
Regular calendar, Senate bills on third reading. Senate Bill 159, a bill relating to the Commonwealth's lien for payment of medical services limitations.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that we reconsider the vote by which we engrossed and advanced Senate Bill 159 to its third reading.
The question is, shall the vote by which Senate Bill 159 was engrossed and advanced to its third reading be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Ayes 38, no 0. The motion is agreed to. Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
No, Mr. President, I move that we reconsider the vote by which we adopted the floor substitute on February the 9th. And by way of explanation, Mr. President, federal law has changed fairly dramatically in the last 3 months. The original bill was put in with the idea of federal law being conformed to a case called Auburn versus Arkansas Department of Social Services with regard to resolving Medicaid liens. That's how it was originally built and originally drafted and passed out of the committee. I learned on, I guess, last week sometime that in October of 2017, Congress repealed that Auburn case and came up with a different formula. Over the weekend, Mr. President, you may recall the federal government shut down for about 3 hours and then adopted a new Appropriations Act. And in that new act of Congress, they reversed themselves and went back to repealed the law that went into effect in October and have gone back to the original law in Congress, which was based on the Auburn Act. So, Mr. President, I'm asking that the floor substitute that we adopted Friday be reversed, and then we'll get to the committee amendment. So, at this point, with the now we're I'd ask first that we reconsider the vote by which we adopted the floor substitute on Friday.
Question is, shall the vote by which the floor substitute was adopted be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The motion is agreed to. The senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
No, Mr. President, with the recommendation that we reject the floor substitute, I move that we adopt the floor substitute.
Thank the senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the floor substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
The noes have it. The floor substitute is rejected. Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
No, Mr. President, I move that we adopt the committee amendment.
It's already been adopted.
1 second, Senator. I think we have a procedural matter we have to take care of. Be at ease.
Pay the electric bill.
So, Senator, I believe the committee amendment was previously rejected, and so we will need to reconsider the vote by which it was rejected.
I move that we reconsider the vote by which we rejected the committee amendment.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the vote by which the committee amendment was rejected be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The motion is agreed to. The senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt the committee amendment.
Question is, shall the committee amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Now I move that we engross and advance the bill to its third reading.
Question is, shall the bill be engrossed in advance to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed in advance to its third reading. Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that the bill pass, and I believe it's been adequately explained.
Senator, I believe we may need to dispense with the third reading.
I apologize. I move that we dispense with the third reading of the bill.
Question is, shall the third reading of the bill be dispensed with? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The third reading is dispensed with. The senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I now move that the bill pass.
I thank the senator. Question is, shall Senate Bill 159 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 2.
Ayes 38, noes 2. Senate Bill 159 passes.
Senate Bill 625, a bill relating to consumer finance companies' loans licensing.
Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Serville.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill pass. Speaking to the motion.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this legislation, the body may remember, was on the floor about a week ago. It got re-referred back to the Commerce and Labor Committee. It came back up. It's in front of you now. It deals with consumer finance companies. And just so we're clear, when I talk about consumer finance companies, I'm not talking about banks or savings institutions or credit unions. Consumer finance companies are a very limited subset of companies in the code that are issued a very specific license. There's about 21 in the state, companies that are doing business under this license. Just so you have an idea who we're talking about, I've got Lenmark Financial Services, Mariner Finance, One Main Financial, Military Credit Services, Regional Finance. That's just a sampling of them. These companies do things like make loans to people, smaller loans, say typically between $0 and $10,000 for things like trailers or sea-doos, things like that. Most of their loans are lower interest, like 10%. They're not the super high interest loans. They're very low interest loans. They have about a 4.5% default rate. So what this bill does, this industry has been, or this license has been, there's online lenders have started to suggest that they should be stuck into this.
President, and I hesitate to interrupt the gentleman, but I would.
I'll yield.
For purposes of Senator Rice.
I would ask if this bill could go by temporarily.
That's fine.
Without objection, Senate Bill 625 will go by temporarily.
Senate Bill 976, a bill relating to party to determine method of nominating its candidacy for office exceptions.
The junior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator D. Steph.
Morning, Mr. President.
Good morning, Senator.
I move Senate Bill 976 pass. And speaking to the bill,
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, we discussed this yesterday, but what this bill does is basically this ensures that we do not exclude our military in any process in which we are electing or nominating a contest at the statewide congressional and general assembly offices, either directly or effectively. This allows the full participation of our veterans on active duty and active duty member of the United States Armed Forces and the reserves. It does not ban anything. There are multiple methods for different parties to participate. And what this bill does is says that you basically cannot exclude our military or our reserve forces. And with that, Mr. President, I move the bill pass.
I thank the senator. For what purpose is the senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben, rise?
Briefly to speak to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
I'd remind the body that yesterday when we defeated the bill, we talked about methods of nominations other than primaries and the challenges that parties would have in creating a process to allow for absentee voting for overseas voters. I think the intent of the bill is very laudable. We want maximum participation, especially from our troops. Parties already have the option of choosing a primary, but if there's a caucus or a mass meeting or an assembled mass meeting, I don't see how you could participate in this. So you're really foreclosing an option for the political parties that they've had before. Some people talk about Skyping, participating by Skype, but if you're in a different time zone, a member of the overseas, and want to cast a secret ballot, I don't think Skype is the way to go. So with that, I ask that we defeat the bill again.
I thank the senator. For what purpose is the senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to speak to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Mr. President, it just so happens that we had members of the military in the gallery today who've been deployed in multiple engagements across the world. And I dare say if you were to pool those members of the military here, most of them are captains and majors, which means they're company-grade officers and they have commands to which they manage. And I would think that if you were to pull them, they would tell you it's very difficult for them to vote. The nomination processes that we have today specifically exclude these folks from that process. 5 years ago, we gave parties the option to try to figure it out on their own. And so far, at least I can speak for the Republican Party, we haven't figured that out. And so we are limiting their abilities to take part in a process to which they should have that ability to pick the nominations and the people that they would like to lead us. And so for that reason, and Mr. President, I don't want to exclude our military. And I think that we need to force the issue so we're not excluding those folks. They've earned the right to vote. They've earned the right to be part of the process. They're limited. Federal employees are limited by the Hatch Act and some of the other things from excluding from that. And for that reason, Mr. President, I ask the bill pass.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the senior senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove, rise?
I'll speak to the bill, Mr. President.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I would echo the comments from the senator from Spotsylvania. We need to understand that we have 115,280 plus active duty and reserve members of the United States military in the Commonwealth of Virginia. And I would dare say that a lot of them are deployed at any particular time, whether in the Navy and being deployed to a combat zone or doing a med cruise or a pack room cruise. We have Army and Marine Corps who are deployed to Afghanistan, Iraq, and now Syria. We have Coast Guard members, actually, they're out in those combat areas as well, helping to guard the seaways. These folks cannot participate in our political process the way it is right now. Now, it was said by the gentleman from Alexandria that this would take away the ability of a political party to define the way that nomination is done. We can't say it one way that, well, we want the parties to be able to do this, and the other way saying, oh, we want to make sure every vote counts, that the maximum participation happens. But I would also echo what the senator from Spotsylvania said. We actually have members of the military here today, and we gave them a standing ovation today. How about if we give them a sitting ovation and vote yes so they can participate in selecting those that represent them while they're protecting us. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the senior senator from Loudoun, Senator Black, rise?
Mr. President, I rise to speak against the measure.
The senator has the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's be sure that we understand what we're talking about here. There is some concern about the military voters, but there also is a desire on the part of many people to require primary election processes as opposed to processes that are selected by the party. I served 32 years in military service in the Marines and in the Army and all over the world, and I honestly cannot recall a single time that anyone that I dealt with, and I was, at least the Army side of it, I was with the JAG Corps, so, you know, these are smart people. These were typically Ivy League attorneys. I never heard a single conversation about a party process. There was a lot of interest in, you know, I'm going to vote Republican, I'm going to vote Democrat or whatever when it got to the general election. The fact is, if we're to be really honest about it, there is a relatively narrow group of people who get involved in the selection process. And the nature of military service, you are just flying day by day, trying to, whether you're in boot camp and you're trying to keep from being beat up. Well, they don't beat people up, but they used to. Anyway, you're always rolling, you're moving fast and trying to accomplish something, and you really need the roots in the community before you're in a position to select a party nominating process. Because honestly, I'll bet you if you took an exam of the officers on active duty and you asked them, can you name 2 party processes for selecting nominees, I'll bet you the best and the brightest could not name 2 processes for you. I couldn't have done it. I bet you if I had asked the JAG officers in my office, Notre Dame and Harvard grads and all of these people, they'd have probably said, I don't know how that's done. But they'd know whether they were Republican, they'd know whether they were Democrat, conservative, liberal, whatever. But, ladies and gentlemen, I really am reluctant to see us do anything that will limit the authority of the parties to select the members of their own choice. And so I would ask that we not support this particular measure.
I thank the senator.
Mr. President, I'd like to take this by temporarily. I'd like to take this by temporarily.
Without objection, Senate Bill 976 will go by temporarily.
Senate Bill 312, a bill relating to contracts to provide solar services.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that the bill pass, and by way of explanation.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, this is an amendment to the Energy Performance Contract section of the Code. It simply provides for administrative efficiencies for those public bodies that wish to procure solar services under a cooperative procurement program, which is set forth in the Code. It increases opportunities for energy savings by these public entities who wish to use solar energy, and it also increases and advances solar development in Virginia, as well as increasing the administrative efficiencies for those public bodies. I might point out there are a large number of stakeholders, and that at the present time, the way the bill is drafted, the utilities support the bill.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 312? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 312 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 33, noes 6.
Ayes 33, noes 6. Senate Bill 312 passes.
Senate Bill 878, a bill relating to mental health services in local and regional jails.
Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the bill pass and speak to the bill.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
This bill works to create a relationship between local jails and the CSBs to create a path of continuity for individuals with mental health issues that are treated in the jails and then released into the community. And the way that this bill seeks to accomplish that is to actually engage the CSBs in the mental health care of the individuals while they're in the jail. And it does another very important thing, and that is that it has the Department of Corrections promulgate regulations and best practices for management of mental health services in the jails. We've all seen some of the disastrous events we've had in jails over the last few years, and we need to standardize the expectations of the care that the jails are providing for these individuals who we wish weren't there to begin with. So that basically is the essence of the bill.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 878? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 878 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. Senate Bill 878 passes.
Senate Bill 899, a bill relating to the disposition of the Camp 7 parcel located in Clark County.
Senator from Fauquier, Senator Vogel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage of the bill and speaking to that motion.
Thank the Senator. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill started out as a conveyance bill. It is no longer a conveyance bill because there was a little controversy about that, and is now a simply hold the property bill until such time as a contract is negotiated for sale of this property. It is surplus property currently being held by the Commonwealth, and what the bill now does is allow a contract for sale of that property to Clark County. And now there is agreement on that bill. So with that, I would ask that the body please pass the bill. Thank you.
I thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 899? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 899 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. Senate Bill 899 passes.
Senate Bill 169, a bill relating to public school robotics team competition program.
Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that Senate Bill 169 pass. And speaking to the measure, sir.
Thank the Senator. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, Senate Bill 169 is an important statement on the part of the Commonwealth of Virginia to expand the Virginia High School League into sanctioning varsity-level robotics. Ladies and gentlemen, a couple years ago, you passed a bill that I sponsored that created scholarships for robotics teams that were in distressed areas. And that scholarship program went so very well, and it started robotics teams and clubs in areas and helped children in those areas that might be at or below the poverty level to actually compete in robotics. And we know that robotics are important because they encounter the STEM-H disciplines. And what we're doing is we're enlivening children to also participate in something that will be essential for them when they grow up and become adults. As we always have stressed on this floor, the STEM-H disciplines are important to the future growth of the Commonwealth of Virginia and bringing industry in and making sure that we are economically viable and healthy for generations to come. So the time has come that we acknowledge the importance of robotics in our school system. And more importantly, that we direct the VHSL by the year 2021 to develop a robotics competition, a varsity robotics competition that includes a state championship. This bill does not require a high school to have a robotics team, but it certainly would encourage that to do so. This is about time, and it's about time that this happened. You know, I'm reminded when I played sports as a younger man, I always wanted to turn professional. I always thought I was going to be a pro baseball player. But genetically, the vertical height difference made that nearly impossible. But ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you, while I could not go pro, every single young man and young woman who participates in robotics can go pro. And this can affect their lives in ways that much more than whether I could hit the curve or not, which, by the way, I could hit the curve. So, ladies and gentlemen, what we're trying to do is to encourage VHSL to start this robotics championship program. There was a question at one time whether VHSL did more than sports. And I looked it up, and quite frankly, the Virginia High School League does much more than gymnastics or football or baseball or field hockey. It does scholastic bowls. It sponsors and sanctions theater festivals, regional and state. It sanctions and sponsors forensic championships, regional and state. It sponsors and facilitates debate, regional and state. And it even sponsors a championship for film festivals. So some may say robotics is not a sport, but I tell you it's an important part and should be an important part of our children's lives who attend public schools. And I am told that the senator from Grayson says that if you will vote for this bill, he will do the robot right here, right now. And that is the singular reason why you should vote for this bill, if not. But I think this is an important piece of legislation, Mr. President, that will put us on track to make sure that we're not only educating our children in ways of STEM age, but also create the floor and the baseline, the foundation, where that education through the robotics teams will bring corporations, companies, and industries to our area. And for those reasons, Mr. President, I renew my motion that Senate Bill 169 pass.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the senior senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove, rise?
Speak to the bill, Mr. President.
Senator has the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I hope that we'll support the bill. As you can see from the committee vote, I voted against this, but after some reflection and talking further to the patron and understanding that so many times we say, why don't we recognize the academics in school just as well as we do the sports part of school? You know, the captain of the football team, the basketball team, you know, the soccer team. While all important, I think this is also extremely important. I chaired a 2-year study on STEM for the General Assembly when I was down the hall. And I think this will go a long way in trying to get more and more of our young people interested in STEM. And especially in robotics and manufacturing. It's a big part of manufacturing. We're trying to entice manufacturers to come to the Commonwealth, and I think this is a good start. And finally, Mr. President, I'd also like to say to the senator from Russell, domo arigato, Senator Roboto.
I thank the senator. For what purpose is the senior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Wagner, rise?
Mr. President, I rise to speak in support of the bill.
The senator has the floor.
And I will try to be shorter than the chief patron, but let me tell you something. I think he's definitely on the right idea, and I hope as the years go by we start to look. And remember this, Mr. President, that for every engineer out there, there's 9 technicians backing him up. For every one of these scientists, there's a minimum of 10 to 15 technicians that work with their hands that actually make these dreams come true. And even building a robot, you're going to have technicians, you got to have machinists, you got to have people who can work with their hands. I hope this is the start of a trend where we have a state championship welder. What school system or what school can put together the best AC&R team? Why don't we start looking at some of these other functions and have state championships for these career technical skills that are so badly needed by the companies around Virginia and, quite frankly, provide wonderful careers for our students. Let's start to raise the elevation. I think this is a great start, and I think the senator, reluctantly I say this, from Franklin is on to something here, and I hope that we can expand on it in future years.
I thank the senator. For what purpose does the senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Reluctantly, I rise to speak against this bill.
The senator has the floor.
Yeah. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I was actually going to give an ode to youth athletics, but I'll not even over-exaggerate my own exploits, which were modest. But I want to talk a little bit about volunteers, because my parents were volunteers, and we were able to field a soccer team, field a football team, field a basketball team, because people, without getting paid, chose to put their time and their money into that effort. And Virginia High School Sports League is the ultimate volunteer organization. These are people that are not paid. They donate their time. In many cases, they'll donate their money to organize our athletic competitions. And just like every league director doesn't expect to be interfered with by the local government or the state. The bottom line is there's no reason why these folks, when they organize these competitions, should be getting directions or mandates from this body. This is a nonprofit organization which is not funded by the state by definition. And we are going to tell them what to do and what competitions to hold. Well, I've actually talked with one of the directors. To hold a robotics competition would cost approximately $100,000. Well, where's that money coming from? We're not going to appropriate that money. If we think it's so important, why don't we appropriate the money? And what are we going to do next? Are we going to pay for the science fair? Are we going to pay for the future business leaders of America? Are we going to pay for the future farmers of America? I mean, where do we draw the line here where this is an admirable goal, an admirable profession that we need to promote, and therefore this nonprofit volunteer group ought to take on that obligation. So, robotics is great. We have a very successful team at TJ High School, at James Madison High School. But again, we should not be dictating to a nonprofit board what competitions they do or do not hold. And if we think this is so important, let's pay for it ourselves. I oppose the bill.
Thank the senator. For what purpose the senator from Grayson, Senator Carrico, rise?
To speak to the bill and to clarify a few things.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I hope you will support the bill. The bill actually, and it was brought up about career and technical training. If you're not in the most urbanized areas and you live in a rural area, the career and technical centers do have state championship competition for things like masonry, carpentry. As a matter of fact, the mason that won the state championship in Grayson County helped me build my house. So we already do a lot of these things. And as you heard the senator from Franklin say that he could hit the curveball, to clarify that about the senator from Grayson doing the robot, he got hit in the head with the curveball, not by that he hit it. So I hope we support the bill.
I thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 169? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 169 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 23, noes 16.
Ayes 23, noes 16. Senate Bill 169 passes.
Senate Bill 170, a bill relating to public schools student discipline.
Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you again, Mr. President. I now move that Senate Bill 170 pass, and speaking to that motion.
Thank the senator. You have the floor.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, Senate Bill 170 addresses a concern that we have had, and I think especially so when it comes to school discipline. You'd be amazed at how many school suspensions, short and long term, we have at the elementary school level. This debate came up last year. I sponsored the bill, not only this bill, but also the bill that would limit long-term suspensions, because what we're trying to stop is from the schoolhouse to the courthouse pipeline. Because what we're trying to do here in this bill is exactly limit suspensions for those students at the pre-K, K through 3 level. We're talking 4, 5, 6, 7, 8-year-olds. And to make sure that at that moment we're trying to use these times when they have been disruptions or been disruptive in class as learning experience for these children, so they don't get the negative attitudes that come with a suspension. A lot of times when a child acts out at 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years old, there's an underlying issue and a problem, which is not addressed by a long-term suspension or sending them home. A lot of these children have maybe undetected, undiagnosed mental issues or issues at home, where the school might be their only safe place, safe spot, safe space. And what we're trying to do is say, in those circumstances, we need to make sure that we're educating our children at the same time correcting that behavior and not punishing them. I say to you all, and I know it from personal experience, that I remember more stuff at age 5 through 8 than I do what I had for lunch 2 weeks ago, because it made the biggest impression on me. I carry it with me throughout my life. And so when a child is basically thrown away, maybe by a long-term suspension, that negativity grows. They start to think that maybe they aren't worth it. And we have to make sure that we know and we tell them that they are. Because ultimately, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, what we're trying to do is make good taxpayers, not tax burdens on our system. This is one step to do that. I would submit to you all in the Senate that we have worked hard on this language, and the particularities of the bill are that there will be no long-term suspensions unless there is an act of physical violence or a violation of serious law, and that any short-term suspension is limited to 3 days unless the superintendent finds that there are aggravating circumstances that exist. And to make sure that we have a uniform application of what aggravating circumstances are, those aggravating circumstances must be defined by the Virginia Department of Education. Mr. President and members of the Senate, I will tell you this. This bill has been worked on and is now supported by school teachers, superintendents associations, school board associations. We all work together, all the stakeholders, to come up with this compromise. Do I think it's perfect? No. Do I think it's important that we pass this bill? Yes. It's important for those children to give them that fighting chance they deserve, to make sure that they grow up to be great citizens, that they're good people, and that they get the chance to achieve the American dream. And for those reasons, Mr. President, I renew my motion that Senate Bill 170 pass.
I thank the senator. For what purpose is the senior senator from Loudoun, Senator Black, rise?
Mr. President, I rise to speak against the measure.
Senator has the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have no doubt that this measure is well intended, but it begins by the false premise that somehow we have teachers out there that are using suspensions in order to simply punish people just because they want to do it. Well, every teacher deals with disciplinary matters. They always do, and they don't want to kick children out of school. They don't want to kick them out of class if they don't have to. But the teacher is in a position where if they do not maintain the respect of their students, then they lose all of their authority, and frankly, all of the students who are in that class for the purpose of learning are going to lose. They're going to lose out because they've got a disruptive student who cannot be removed. Now, I know we have measures within this bill that where you can go through a series of things and you can take action against a child who is seriously disruptive. But the fact is, we're sending a clear message to the administrations and to the teachers that we don't want disruptive kids removed from the classroom. I think it is really a tragedy because we struggle to give a good education to kids, and particularly in our poor neighborhoods, there are kids who are quiet, kids who want to learn, who want to do well, but if you've got individuals who simply won't go along or who want to become disruptive or even violent, we've got to give the teachers a means of dealing with it. I really don't think that we, sitting here as the General Assembly, are in a better position to know how to deal with disruptive children than the teachers who are in the classrooms. I would much rather trust them. They're supervised by their principals and so forth, to where the principal can say, you know what, I think you're unreasonable with this. Or the parents can go into the principal and say, you know, I don't think that, that my son Johnny or whoever, I don't think he was treated fairly. And there's a discussion that goes on, and there's a very clear, ordinary appeal process, not a formal one, just ordinary. And I just think it's a mistake. We get up here and we know that there are children who are put out of class, and we know that there are parents who don't like the fact that the kids are not in class, but I am very concerned. I really want to have order and discipline in all of the schools throughout the Commonwealth so that children can learn. The children who want to learn will learn. And so I very much oppose that bill. Thank you.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does a junior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. 17,300. That is how many pre-K through third grade students were suspended in the 2015 to 2016 school year. That is a higher rate than the previous year. The suspension rates and the expulsion rates are going up. And they're disproportionately impacting children of color and children with disabilities. The suspension rate for African American students is 3.8 times larger than their white and Hispanic counterparts. For students with disabilities are 2.6 times higher than non-disabled students. And if you're an African American male student with a disability, you are 20 times more likely to be suspended than a white female student without a disability. There are some school divisions, unfortunately, where suspending students is more often the first step. And we have given school divisions many opportunities to get this under control. And what are most of these kids getting suspended for? Being disrespectful, which is very subjective, using inappropriate language, or in some cases, kicking a trash can when they're frustrated. All of us with children know that little kids have a much harder time regulating their emotions than older kids. And if you have a disability, many disabilities, including those on the spectrum, first manifest themselves through behavior. And we've taken a lot of the tools away from the schools to address some of those behaviors, and we've had an opportunity to give them back. But when these students are suspended, many school divisions aren't continuing their education. So they're sitting at home, sometimes by themselves, with no homework, no instruction. And we had a woman who spoke at a press conference whose 5-year-old son had been suspended because he was disrespectful to the teacher, whatever that means, because to one teacher, something is disrespectful, whereas to other, it's not. And he's at home basically saying, Mom, I want to go to school. Why can't I go to school? She wants him to go to school. But because he did what 5-year-olds often do and acted out because he couldn't regulate his emotions, he's missing out on an education. And when students sit at home and get suspended and don't get an education, and the gentleman from Franklin is right, they start to question their own self-worth. I'm a bad student. I'm a bad kid. And they're more likely, as this continues, to drop out. We are at risk of losing an entire generation of students, an entire generation. And if you look at the data over the past few years, some of them have already entered the criminal justice system because not only were they suspended, but they were referred to law enforcement for minor behavior. We've given school divisions every opportunity to try to turn this around. This is a very narrow measure that addresses the youngest of our children who do need a little bit more help in regulating their emotion and who too often are suspended for subjective criteria because what is disrespectful to one teacher is not to another one. And unfortunately, too many of our children of color and our children with disabilities are the ones getting lost. And for that reason, I ask you to support this bill.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Just speaking briefly to
Senator
the bill.
has the floor.
This is a good measure. The science of behavior management has been evolving over the past 20 years, to the point where we're finding shorter interventions, targeted interventions, interventions that provide alternative services are the direction we need to go in, not hitting people harder and harder all the time with longer and longer suspensions. The patron of the bill is exactly right. We need to move in this direction. It's happening everywhere, from adult corrections to juvenile corrections to schools. And the reason people are migrating towards shorter, more targeted interventions with people is because it works. The science shows that it works. The studies show that it works. And this is a good direction to go in, and I urge you to support the bill.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the senior senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove, rise?
Speak to the bill, Mr. President.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm a little suspect of the bill because I'm not sure if the patron is kind of the poster child for being suspended or whatever. I mean, we see how he is here. I don't know. But I will say that my sister is a teacher. My daughter-in-law is a teacher. My legislative aide is on the Chesapeake School Board. And why don't we really stop and think about letting the local school boards run the local schools? You know, why are we going to sit here as a bunch of lawyers or bankers or retired folks or engineers who are not education professionals tell the local schools how to run their schools? Now, if we have, we tell a lot of people a lot of things, but if we have children who are continual and habitual problems in the classroom, they are an impact on all the other kids that are there to try to learn as well. And as far as losing an entire generation, oh, come on. We're talking about school discipline, which is flying out the window every time we do something like this. Let's let teachers and principals and school boards run the schools. Thank you.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the senator from Bath, Senator Deeds, rise?
Speak very briefly to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, I voted against this bill last year, in large part because I agree with much of what the senior senator from Chesapeake and the senior senator from Loudoun say. But I want you to look at the new language on lines 148 and 149 in this bill, which says that if a young child pre-K to third grade does something that the school board or the division superintendent or designee finds that aggravating circumstances exist, and that those circumstances have to be defined by the department. If they exist, the child can be suspended for more than 3 days. Now, I don't think that's too high of a burden for any local school division to meet for a little child. And I think the bill is worth supporting.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to speak to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I'm hoping I can bring some Tylenol to this fever that's catching on this bill and put that away for a second. And as my colleague from Bath County just spoke to, this is a very simple bill. I've worked with my colleague, the junior senator from Loudoun, on trying to give more discretion, as the senator from Chesapeake mentioned, back to the school system because we tend to lock up a lot of people, and we had zero tolerance, and we were reporting those things, and that bill has gone forward. This is just another measure to allow them to do that. So I see the optics a little bit differently on this bill, Mr. President, and it's 3 days, and we're talking kids, little kids, who haven't been evaluated a lot of times on if they have some issues. Having 2 children gone through the system, I get it. But they still have the ability to be suspended for 3 days. That 3 days is maybe a calm down, cool down period to bring these folks back in and allow the school to continue to operate. Every day that our child is not in that classroom, they are not learning and moving forward, as the senator from Franklin mentioned as well. So, Mr. President, I would just like to tell the body that this is a good bill, and it does give that ability for them to still take punitive action, but it kind of reins it in, and I think there was white smoke on the bill. And I think it's a good bill, Mr. President. I ask that it pass.
I thank the senator. For what purpose does the senator from Northern Chesapeake, Senator Spruill, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. To speak to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, the question is, how low are we going to go? I've been up here now 25 years. I remember when we first had the idea of a kid was 14 years old. We tried as an adult. And now, because some teachers or some system cannot manage a kid that's 4 years old, so you can lock them up. The senior citizen from Chesapeake says about this family, and I recall I have one son who's the deputy superintendent, one son who's the principal of the school, one son who taught school, and a daughter who taught school and is the guidance counselor, working with kids. We got to give these kids a chance. That's the question. If we lock them up, send them home that early with no supervision, no way to get a proper education while they're home, we can lose them. So what's next? Now we can start them when they're first born. I think it's bad to have a kid now because we're going to put them in jail. So I'm hoping that let's give a kid a chance. Senator Stanton got a good idea. This is a good bill. This is a start. All we're trying to do is say, hey, let's not send those kids home forever. This is just a good start when they misbehave. But we got to have a chance to punish the kid, but yet give them a chance to turn their lives around. Please support this bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 170? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 170 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 34, noes 6.
Ayes 34, noes 6. Senate Bill 170 passes.
Senate Bill 266, a bill to exempt establishment of certain new ambulatory surgery centers, certain freestanding diagnostic centers, and certain medical equipment from the demonstration of need requirement of a certificate of public need, and to prohibit the establishment of certain medical care facilities for 1 year.
Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can Senate Bill 266 please go by temporarily?
Without objection, Senate Bill 266 will go by temporarily.
Senate Bill 757, a bill relating to certificate of public need psychiatric facilities.
Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator Sturdivant.
Mr. President, could that go by temporarily, please?
Without objection, Senate Bill 757 will go by temporarily.
Senate Bill 807, a bill relating to the closure of coal combustion residuals permits requests for proposals.
Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Surville.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill pass. And speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. So Senate Bill 807, ladies and gentlemen, is what is becoming an annual series of bills you're going to be seeing about coal ash. And the bill's pretty simple. I just want to say for the body, it's important that everybody pay attention to these coal ash bills because there's a lot of money involved in this, potentially billions of dollars, and we're going to have to deal with this next year. We dealt with it last year. We got an 800-page report on that. This bill extends that study period, gets us some more information, but this is a really big problem and a big issue affecting the entire state and every ratepayer in the state. Basically what the bill does is it continues the moratorium that we did passed last year on the closure of coal ash ponds. It lifts the moratorium for coal ash ponds where the ash has already been removed so that Dominion, and I say Dominion because that's the only utility affected, can close the ponds where the ash is already out. And then it goes and it asks for them to issue requests for proposals on coal ash recycling. This is being done in Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, all over the country, where they've figured out how to make concrete, bricks, cinder blocks, other products out of this stuff so we can get rid of it forever. There's a lot of innovation going on. This asks them to go get that information, bring it back to us, give it to the chairman of the various committees so that we can see how feasible it is and what it will cost, and then next year we can make a decision. And then in addition, what's not reflected in this bill is the House and Senate Commerce and Labor Committees are going to designate a joint committee to review this over the year, and we're going to take a hard look at this and have legislators looking at it over the year to come back and make hopefully recommendations to us as to the exact best way to proceed for ratepayers. That's what the bill does. I would hope the body would pass the bill.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does Senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to rise and speak of support of the bill.
Senator has the floor.
First of all, I just want to say I really feel like this is a good, cautious approach. That we, as you all remember, back on December 1st, we received an 800-page independent study back. And so much progress and so much work has been put into this bill that we've actually identified other alternatives that were not even covered or addressed in the 800-page study. And so we'd like the opportunity to continue to keep the moratorium so that we can continue to study the new data that we have, because I think it's very important as a fiscal conservative to know exactly what this is going to cost, because it'll probably come in the form of a rate adjustment clause. And I'm very aware of that and trying to be very cautious on that. So I just ask that we support this bill and appreciate any questions that those opposing might have. Thank you.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson, rise?
Well, gentleman from Eastern Fairfax, rise for a question.
Will the senator rise for a question?
Yield.
Senator yields.
I would ask the gentleman on the board, it says it references rate adjustment clause, but just reading the text of the bill, I don't see anything here that authorizes a rate adjustment clause.
Senator from Eastern Fairfax.
I would tell the gentleman the original bill that before it was substituted had to do with rate adjustment clauses for coal ash recovery, but in light of the fact that we're not mandating recycling as one of my other bills originally did, this bill became the vehicle for that, and I suspect the drafters forgot to delete those words from the title, even though that's not really part of the bill anymore.
All right, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 807? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 807 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 3.
Ayes 37, noes 3. Senate Bill 807 passes.
Senate Bill 905, a bill relating to commercial rest areas, certain interstate highways.
Senator from Mecklenburg, Senator Ruff.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the bill pass. And speaking to that motion.
Thank the senator. You have the floor.
Senate Bill 905 clarifies that the General Assembly, not VDOT, would be decide the policy if the federal government ends the prohibition of states expanding commercialization of interstate rest stops.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 905? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 905 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 2.
Ayes 38, noes 2. Senate Bill 905 passes.
Senate Bill 917, a bill to amend and reenact relating to handheld photo speed monitoring.
Senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase.
Thank you, Mr. President. In speaking to the bill, I ask that it pass.
Senator, you have the floor.
So Senate Bill 917 is a local option bill. It reminds me a little bit of Senator Carrico's bill regarding regarding cameras in work zones. But this is actually to help our children who many times have to deal with these school crossing zones. Senate Bill 917 is a local option bill that would allow localities to pass an ordinance to place handheld speed enforcement cameras in the hands of law enforcement officers, and I would emphasize law enforcement officers, not a third party. And it's only in fixed school zones. The bill is almost identical to Senate Bill 509 from Senator Carrico, which we passed last week. This bill is supported by the Virginia Department of Transportation, the Virginia Sheriff's Association, the Virginia Fraternal Order of Police, the Virginia Education Association, and the Virginia Association of Chiefs of Police. Now, most of you know that I am not a huge fan of cameras in law enforcement, but if there's one thing that we need to do everything we can to promote safety and deter speeding. when it comes to our children, their parents, and their teachers in school zones. And this bill has several protections for drivers as well. First, a local government has to pass the ordinance to begin with, requiring public hearings and recorded vote by local officials. And assuming they pass the ordinance, it will require a couple things: conspicuous signage within 500 feet of the enforcement area, a public awareness campaign conducted by the locality to let people in the area know that handheld cameras will be used to enforce speed limits, and only a sworn law enforcement officer can operate the cameras. That officer has the sole responsibility and authority to issue the ticket, not the camera supplier. In addition to that, the officer can only issue a ticket if the driver is going at least 12 miles an hour over the speed limit. So if you're going 35 or even 36 miles an hour in a 25, you will not get a ticket. No court costs can be imposed, and nothing can be reported to DMV to impact a driver's record. The purpose of this bill is not to be a revenue generator for localities. The purpose is to deter drivers from speeding in school zones. Last week, this body, myself included, supported Senator Carrico's measure to allow handheld speed cameras in work zones. This legislation will protect the important and dangerous work being done in our highways and interstates. In my opinion, this is another common sense measure with a limited focus that will protect our children, their parents, and their teachers. I hope we will pass the bill. Thank you.
I thank the senator. For what purpose is the senior senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove, rise?
I speak against the bill, Mr. President.
The senator has the floor.
And I apologize for talking so much today. I'll try not to do a whole lot more today. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this bill is a whole lot different than the bill we passed last week, Senator Carrico's bill. Senator Carrico's bill was specifically the state police on highways in construction zones where they must stay with their lights flashing as a safety reminder and a deterrent for illegal action in those construction zones. If it's an egregious offense, the state trooper can leave and take care of that, but their duty is to stay there as a safety precaution in that construction zone. This bill, and let me just say that photo red, that was my bill. I was the patron of that bill when it passed. Okay, so I'm not anti-camera, but I am anti-cash cow. And what this bill will do, it'll allow a sworn officer to just sit in a school zone with a camera and start clicking pictures of somebody's violating the school zone speeds. What that officer should be doing is pulling that motorist over and issuing a citation where they have to go to court. They're going to get points, and their insurance company is going to be notified because they are endangering the lives of our children in those speed zones. It's 25 miles an hour. Under this bill, a person could be doing 12 miles over that before they would even be allowed to have their picture taken for speeding in that school zone. These officers should be pulling those people over in our school zones if they are endangering those children and issuing them citations, not just clicking a cash register by taking their picture. They have a duty to enforce the law and to protect those lives, and this bill tells them they don't need to do it. So I thank you.
Thank the senator. What purpose does a junior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking briefly to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. In some of our localities are really cash-strapped. Some of our localities, such as the city of Richmond, that has large swaths of untaxable property, landlocked, so can't expand, 100-year-old infrastructure that's crumbling, schools that are crumbling, pockets of high crime and poverty. And the police department would love to be able to put someone at every school who can write tickets, but can't. And there were other measures to try to help address that. And if you pull someone over in a school zone and write that ticket, you're not getting the next person. And I think all of us have seen in certain areas when a police officer has pulled somebody over, folks may slow down as they're passing the police officer, but they speed right back up. If you're going 12 miles over the speed limit in a school zone and you hit a child, you're more likely to kill that child. This is a very limited measure to give our police departments a tool to enforce the speed limit. And studies have shown if you have a camera and you see the camera and you know a camera is there, you're less likely to speed to begin with. So I think this is a very modest measure in school zones only, local option, to try to calm the traffic and keep people from speeding in the first place. And when they do, make sure you enforce it. And for that, I ask you to support the bill.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 917? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 917 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 22, noes 18.
Ayes 22, noes 18. Senate Bill 917 passes.
Senate Bill 953, a bill relating to health, instruction, mental health.
Senator from Bath, Senator Deeds.
Mr. President, I move the bill pass, and I'd like to speak to it.
Senator has the floor.
Senate Bill 953 simply directs the Department of Education to convene a work group and develop standards for implementing or mental health, including mental health awareness as part of health education for 9th and 10th graders. This legislation was brought to me by a group of high school kids from Albemarle County. The students spoke in committee, and they spoke about the not knowing how to respond when a friend had suicidal thoughts, about the challenges of handling an emerging mental illness when you don't know what the symptoms are or where to get help, and about attending the funerals of friends who they lost to suicide and being left to wonder what they could have done differently. Ladies and gentlemen, 70% of mental illness, the first episode occurs sometime between the age of 14 and 24. 50% of mental illness evidences itself by the age of 14. All of our communities have experienced rashes of teen suicide. This legislation simply is an effort to promote awareness among kids at that very vulnerable age, and I ask that you vote for the bill.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 953? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 953 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. Senate Bill 953 passes.
Returning to page 3.
Madam Clerk, if that bill could pass by temporarily.
Without objection, Senate Bill 625 will pass by temporarily.
Page 4. Senate Bill 976.
Junior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator DeStaff.
Mr. President, I move Senate Bill 976 pass. And
Senator has the floor.
I'd like to explain it a little bit more. Mr. President, I'm going to rewind to while I was in the military on a 4-hour call out. And I've heard people in this chamber talk about we support our military. However, we don't want them to vote in our nomination process. We don't want them to pick who runs as a Republican, who runs as a Democrat. We don't want them to do that. That's what we're saying. What this bill allows, it allows our military to figure out and say who they think should be able to be on the ballot. That's what this does. This bill doesn't do anything else other than that. We say we love, honor, and respect our military. Let's show it. Yet we vote against their ability to vote in a nomination process. So we'll see how it comes at the end of this vote today. But I got to tell you, if you support your military, if you've been in the position where you've gone overseas and you fought for wars and you fought for somebody's ability to vote, somebody's ability to protest, somebody's ability to pray, somebody's ability to burn the flag, yes, for their ability to burn the U.S. flag. And I fought for their ability to do that. And you know what? They don't have to worry about me coming over there and choking them out when they do, because we fought for that ability. We fought for them to be able to do this and not have any repercussions. What this bill does, it allows them to vote. It allows them to determine who's going to be the next person that can represent them. It allows them to vote for the representative at the state level and for the General Assembly. That's what this bill does. So if we want to support our military, those who deploy overseas, and support us, let's support them. The same people that allow us the ability to protest this flag, the same people that allow us to protest and not worry about any repercussions for those protests. The same members that when they come back after fighting for our ability to protest are draped under a flag in their coffin on their back. The same members. So with that, Mr. President, I move this bill pass.
I thank the senator. For what purpose is the senator from Eastern Fairfax? Senator Surville rise.
Speaking of the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would urge the body to support the bill, and I'm going to tell you why. A couple reasons. Number one, I sit here in the seat that was once occupied by Senator Toddy Poehler. And Senator Poehler, one of her big causes was helping our vets and making sure veterans could participate in the political process. Senator Poehler, one of her bills actually she worked on really hard, we just passed yesterday, had to do with electronic voting and trying to assist our active duty military from voting from abroad more easily. And I'm glad to see we supported that. I see this in the same vein. Likewise, I had another bill this year which got sent to a study committee, which the administration asked me to put in because of what happened in an election in Fredericksburg this year where a bunch of absentee ballots came in about 2 hours after the polls closed. And the bill I have basically asks that we count absentee ballots that come in after the polls close, but before an election is certified. And even though that bill got sent to a committee to be studied with other absentee bills over the year, I'm hopeful that this body is consistent in its support of the military and supports all of our measures to make sure that all of our military votes get counted when they come in every election. So in that vein, I would hope the body would support the bill.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 976? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 976 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
20.
Ayes 18, noes 20. Senate Bill 976 fails.
Returning to page 6, Senate Bill 266.
Yeah, me too.
Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
President, thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Can Senate Bill 266 please go by temporarily?
Without objection, Senate Bill 266 will go by temporarily.
On page 7, Senate Bill 757.
Mr. President,
Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator Sturdivant.
Could that also go by temporarily, please?
Without objection, Senate Bill 757 will go by temporarily.
Returning to page 8, uncontested calendar House bills on second reading.
The senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would respectfully move that all the House bills on the second reading on the uncontested and regular calendars on pages 8 through 15, which would include House Bill 35 through House Bill 1266, that the rules of the Senate be suspended and that the second constitutional reading of the titles be dispensed with so we can become loquacious on these bills.
I thank the senator. The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the second reading of the titles of House bills on the uncontested and regular calendars, pages 8 through 15, House Bill 35 through House Bill 1266 be dispensed with. All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The reading of the titles is dispensed with. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would now respectfully ask that all those bills be passed by for the day, sir.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the House bills on the uncontested and regular calendars now on third reading be passed by for the day? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bills will go by for the day.
Uncontested calendar, Senate bills on second reading.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would now move that all of the House bills on the uncontested calendar, all the Senate bills on the uncontested calendar on the second reading, which would include all Senate bills on pages 16 through 25, including Senate Bill 20 through Senate Bill 971, that they be advanced to their engrossment in third reading in the block after the adoption of any amendments. Any senator who may desire to remove a bill from the block should please do so after the clerk has read the number of that bill.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall all Senate bills on second reading on the uncontested calendar on pages 16 through 25, Senate Bill 20 through Senate Bill 971, be engrossed in advance to the third reading in the block after the adoption of the amendments thereto, and that any senator desiring to remove a bill from the block do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will read the number of the bills.
Senate Bill 20, reported from the Committee on Rules with a substitute.
Senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase.
Thank you, Mr. President. There we go.
Thank the senator.
All right. I would like to move the committee substitute.
Question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted.
Senate Bill 124, reported from the Committee on Rules with a substitute.
The senior senator from Loudoun, Senator Black.
Mr. President, I move the committee substitute.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 171, reported from the Committee on Rules with amendments, and there is a floor substitute.
Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I may, we can take up, there are two amendments from Rules Committee on Rules. If we could take those up separately, Mr. President, I appreciate it.
Without objection.
So I would ask that the first amendment by the Rules Committee be adopted.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall amendment number 1 be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The First Amendment is adopted. The senator from Franklin, Senator Stanley.
And yes, sir, Mr. President, with the recommendation that the Second Amendment from Rules be rejected, I now move that the Second Amendment be adopted.
Thank the senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the Second Amendment be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. Amendment number 2 is rejected.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Franklin, Senator Stanley.
That went a lot better than the other times I've tried this. Now, Mr. President, with regard to the floor amendments, I would move that we waive the reading of the floor amendments.
Question is, shall the reading of the floor amendment be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment reading is waived. Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have 3 amendments which are contained on one amendment line, and so I believe it's 3 slight amendments to this. What this bill is, ladies and gentlemen, is, of course,
Senator, 1 second.
There's one amendment.
You don't have one from the hangar, do you?
No, I think that's yours.
Senator will be at ease temporarily. Without objection, Senate Bill 171 will go by temporarily.
Senate Bill 234, reported from the Committee on Rules with a substitute.
Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the committee substitute be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. Will be the committee amendments.
Substitute.
234? Sub first? Okay. Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 298, reported from the Committee on Rules. Senate Bill 362, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance.
Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe.
I move the substitute be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 406, reported from the Committee on Rules. Senate Bill 407, reported from the Committee on Rules. Senate Bill 489.
Mr. President.
Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Could Senate Bill 407 come out of the block, please?
Do you want it to come out on passage, Senator?
On passage, that's fine. I'm sorry.
On passage? Thank the Senator.
Senate Bill 489, reported from the Committee on Rules. Senate Bill 490, reported from the Committee on Rules. Senate Bill 580, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance with a substitute.
Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Mr. President, I would first move the adoption of the substitute from the Committee on General Laws, but I would ask the body to vote against that.
Thank the Senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the substitute from the General Laws and Technology Committee be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The substitute is rejected. The Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the committee substitute from the Senate Finance Committee be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the substitute from the Senate Finance Committee be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 585, reported from the Committee on Rules. Senate Bill 631, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with amendment, and from the Committee on Finance with a substitute.
Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would request with the body's approval that we reject the amendment from Education, and so move that amendment.
Thank the Senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the committee amendment from the Committee on Education and Health be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The committee amendment is rejected. Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd move that we adopt the substitute from Finance.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate Finance Committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 633, reported from the Committee on Rules. Senate Bill 683, reported from the Committee on Finance. Senate Bill 782, reported from the Committee on Rules with a substitute.
Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we adopt the substitute.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted.
Senate Bill 796, reported for the Committee on Rules with a substitute.
The senior senator from Richmond City, Senator Sturdivant.
Mr. President, I move the committee substitute be agreed to.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 815, reported from the Committee on Rules. Senate Bill 819, reported from the Committee on Rules. Senate Bill 875, reported from the Committee on Rules with an amendment.
Senator from Williamsburg, Senator Mason.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move the committee amendments be agreed to.
I thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is agreed to.
Senate Bill 885, reported from the Committee on Rules. Senate Bill 924, reported from the Committee on Rules. Senate Bill 930, reported from the Committee on Rules. Senate Bill 971, reported from the Committee on Transportation with a substitute.
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I move the Transportation Committee substitute.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The substitute is agreed to. Yes. The question is, shall the Senate bills be engrossed in advance to their third reading? That is all bills except for Senate Bill 171. All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bills are engrossed in advance to their third reading. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that all the Senate bills which find themselves on the third reading on the uncontested calendar, which would include all bills on pages 16 through 25, including Senate Bill 20 through Senate Bill 971, that the rules of the Senate be suspended and that the third constitutional reading of the titles be dispensed with.
I thank the senator. The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the third reading of the title of the bills be dispensed with? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The reading of the titles is dispensed with. The bills are now before the Senate on final passage. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would now move all the Senate bills on the third reading on the uncontested calendar, including all Senate bills on page 16 through 25, unless otherwise removed from the block, which would include Senate Bill 20 through Senate Bill 971, be placed upon their final passage in the block. Any senator who may desire to remove a bill from the block, please do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill.
Question is, shall the Senate bills now on the uncontested calendar third reading, pages 16 through 25, Senate Bill 20 through Senate Bill 971, be placed upon their final passage in the block, with the understanding that any senator desiring a bill be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill. All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The bills are before us in the block. Clerk will read the number of the bills.
Senate Bill 20, Senate Bill 124, Senate Bill 234, Senate Bill 298, Senate Bill 362, Senate Bill 406, Senate Bill 407, Senate Bill 489.
Mr. President.
Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
407 come out of the block.
Without objection, Senate Bill 407 will be removed from the block.
Senate Bill 490, Senate Bill 580, Senate Bill 585, Senate Bill 631, Senate Bill 633, Senate Bill 683, Senate Bill 782.
Mr. President, may Senate Bill 7...
Senator from Lynchburg, Senator Pete.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. May Senate Bill 782 come out of the block.
Without objection, Senate Bill 782 will be removed from the block.
Senate Bill 796, Senate Bill 815, Senate Bill 819, Senate Bill 875, Senate Bill 885, Senate Bill 924, Senate Bill 930, Senate Bill 971.
Question is, shall the bills in the block pass? That is all bills except for Senate Bills 407, 782. All in favor of the passage of the bills will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The bills in the block pass.
Returning to page 16, Senate Bill 171.
Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I could hit the curve, but I couldn't get a bill amended very well. With regard to Senate Bill 171, you have before you 3 committee amendments, and Mr. President, I ask that they be taken up in a block.
Without objection.
And now, in a block, I'd ask that I now move that we waive waive the reading of the bill amendments.
Thank you, Senator.
Are they in conflict?
Floor amendment.
We've already done committee amendments. So we have the floor amendments. Hangers is before yours.
Oh, thank you, Madam Clerk. I apologize. I yield to the Senator.
Okay. Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the expectation that these amendments proposed by the Senator from Franklin will be approved, I would ask to withdraw my amendment.
Without objection, the floor amendment is withdrawn. Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that we waive the reading of the floor amendments.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the reading of the floor amendments be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor amendments is waived. Senator from Franklin, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move the floor amendments in speaking to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the Senate. This bill, Senate Bill 171, creates a Henrietta Lacks Commission, and the Henrietta Lacks Commission will establish through a public-private partnerships the Henrietta Lacks Life Sciences Center in Halifax County as a cancer research and treatment center. Henrietta Lacks being a native of Halifax County, the HeLa cells that came from her, she unfortunately passed away from cancer, but was a real pioneer and an incredible Virginian. And so we want to honor her in Halifax, and also we want to make sure that this is a perfect way where we can have an opportunity to cure cancer. So these floor amendments, basically, because we're creating this commission, we wanted to make sure, and ultimately when we talk about private-public partnerships, when we talk the public part, we're talking about the Industrial Development Authority in Halifax, which we love, and we're also talking about the local government coming together with private interests to make this Henrietta Lacks Commission a reality. In that scenario, we do not anticipate, nor would we seek ever, public funds. And to make sure that when we're creating this commission that we're not taking public funds and state taxpayer dollars, general fund monies, and otherwise from the state, what these amendments do is actually state that those that are non-legislative members will not be compensated for their participation on the Henrietta Lacks Commission, and that the reimbursement for the reasonable and necessary expenses of those non-legislative citizen members of the commission shall be paid by agreement, and they have asked for this, by the Halifax County Industrial Development Authority. So for those reasons, and really, so the state will not have any financial involvement, for those reasons, I now move that the floor amendments be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the floor amendments be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendments are agreed to. Senator from Franklin, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that Senate Bill 171 be engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading. Senator from Franklin, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that the constitutional reading be dispensed with.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the third constitutional reading be dispensed with? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, noes 0. The reading of the third constitutional reading is waived. Senator from Franklin, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move for the passage of Senate Bill 171 and speaking to that motion briefly.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you again. As I said in the time when we were talking about the amendments, the Henrietta Lacks Commission will create the Henrietta Lacks Life Sciences Center in Halifax County as a cancer research and treatment center that will transform and accelerate cancer research and treatment throughout the state and by the use of biodata tools, will provide tailored cancer treatment medicine to underserved portions of rural Southern Virginia, and will incubate new biotech businesses across Southside Virginia. And so what we're trying to do is really create not only an opportunity to find a cure for cancer in honoring Henrietta Lacks, but also do so in an area that's been ravaged by it. So for those reasons, Mr. President, I renew my motion that Senate Bill 171 pass. Thank you.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 171? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 171 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. Senate Bill 171 passes.
On page 19, Senate Bill 407.
Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that Senate Bill 407 pass. Speaking to the motion.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, this is a very omnibus bill. It adds the Division of Capitol Police to the other departments of state police, the Police Department of Chesapeake Bay Bridge and Tunnel Commission, police departments of county, cities, and towns, sheriff's departments of county, cities, and towns, and campus police departments of higher education to the list of departments that cannot be FOIA'd for their investigatory materials involving criminal activity or terrorism.
I thank the senator. For what purpose does the senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson, rise?
Permission to ask a leading question.
Will the senator yield for a question?
Non-leading only.
Non-leading only. The senator has the floor.
I would ask the gentleman, this doesn't actually exempt the Division of Capitol Police from the Government Data Collection and Dissemination Practices Act, but only their investigation files.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I would answer the gentleman that it adds the Division of Capitol Police to the list of entities that investigations and intelligence gathering related material with criminal activity do not have to be disclosed.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 407? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 407 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. Senate Bill 407 passes.
Page 22, Senate Bill 782.
Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move the bill pass and speak to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you so much. In this body last year, we had a lively conversation about combined sewage overflow in Alexandria, and I think it sparked certainly some interest in my constituents. And there's a desire for us to resolve this problem, and we have 3 cities that are working towards that resolution. But there's, there are still events that result in brown alerts for the James River, where people should not swim or boat because there has been a recent overflow from flooding, and there have been some unsightly catches when fishing in the James River. And so this bill is an attempt to really make sure that the legislature is aware of where we are in this process. It addresses no individual city to come forward and let us know where they are. They already report to the State Water Board, but it does ask the Water Board to report back to us so that we can be aware of how this is progressing.
Thank the Senator. Question, do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 782? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 782 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. Senate Bill 782 passes.
Regular calendar, Senate bills on second reading. Senate Bill 504, a bill to authorize the Department of Transportation to enroll in a federal pilot program, reported from the Committee on Transportation with a substitute, and there is a floor substitute.
Senator from Grayson, Senator Carrico.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask the body to reject the committee substitute.
Thank the Senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
The noes have it. The committee substitute is rejected. Senator from Grayson, Senator Carrico.
Now, Mr. President, I would waive the reading of the floor substitute.
Question is, shall the reading of the floor substitute be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor substitute is waived. Senator from Grayson, Senator Carrico.
Now I'd ask the body if we would agree to the floor substitute.
Senator want to explain, speak to the substitute?
I will graciously explain the floor substitute. Originally, the bill was designed to enter in the next 15 years to a pilot program if formed by the federal government. The floor substitute now currently in Virginia, we issue nearly 7,000 permits for tractor trailer trucks combined to haul 90,000 to 110,000 pounds on our highways as they use a 5-axle truck. A lot of these trucks that are 90,000 pounds are delivering containers to the ports of Virginia. And we currently allow that under the permitting process. What this floor substitute would do would direct the Department of Transportation to convene a work group to identify the impacts of the Commonwealth participating in a federal program and collect data to help us understand what our participation in that federal pilot program would be on a 6-axle tractor trailer hauling 91,000 pounds. The group may review a list of things, including a fee structure for qualifying trucks, the axle spacing on the tandems that it would be hauling it on, access to facilities from secondary, primary, and interstate highways, also collect sufficient data on the existing bridges that we have and the highways that these vehicles would be traveling on. This work group would then report to the General Assembly after the May 30th or December 30th deadline what those actions would be to see if Virginia would be able to participate in a pilot program if it's formed by the federal government. And I would hope it'd be the body's wishes to agree to the floor substitute.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the floor substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor substitute is agreed to. Senator from Grayson, Senator Carrico.
Now, Mr. President, I ask that we engross and we advance the bill to its third reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 605, a bill relating to elementary and secondary schools, prohibition of job assistance when sexual misconduct suspected. Reported from the Committee on Education and Health with an amendment, and there is a floor substitute.
Senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben.
I defer to the senator from Franklin to explain the floor substitute.
First, the committee amendment. Senator, want to move the amendment?
I move the committee amendment.
Be rejected?
Be rejected.
Thank the senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the committee amendment be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The committee amendment is rejected. Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that we waive the reading of the floor substitute.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor substitute be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor substitute is waived. Senator from Franklin, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that the floor substitute to Senate Bill 605 be agreed to. And speaking to that motion, sir.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, Senate Bill 605, a very smart piece of legislation proposed by my friend, the senator from Alexandria. The two of us have worked together on this to really simplify, streamline, and bring this into where we think it needs to be. Federal law in ISSA requires exactly what this bill is, and this simply states that the Board of Education adopts regulations to prohibit any local school board or individual who's an employee, contractor, agent of that board from assisting any employee, contractor, or agent of the school board in obtaining a new job if the school board or individual knows there or has probable cause to believe that the employee, contractor, or agent engaged in sexual misconduct regarding a minor or student in violation of law. So that's basically what it does. It takes out the private school element in it, really streamlines the issue, and gets us right into compliance with federal law. So for those reasons, Mr. President, and I thank the patron, of course, for the work that we did together on this bill. It was an honor to do so, and I now move that the floor substitute be agreed to.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does Senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben, rise?
To speak briefly to the floor substitute.
The senator has the floor.
I want to thank the senator from Franklin for the floor substitute and make it clear that it accomplishes the requirements of the federal Every Student Succeeds Act in a more clear way than the introduced bill. As he alluded to, federal law requires that we have regulations against recommending a teacher who someone has reasonable cause to know that had conducted had been engaged in sexual misconduct with the student. This is a direct way to get to that, and I ask that members adopt the floor substitute.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the floor substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor substitute is adopted. Senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben.
Speaking briefly to the bill.
Senator,
I move that the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 401, a bill to direct the Department of Environmental Quality and the Department of Education to update certain sixth grade science curriculum.
Senator from Accomack, Senator Lewis.
Yep, Mr. President, move that the bill be engrossed and passed on to its third reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 583, a bill relating to creation of the Western Virginia Transportation Fund revenues, reported from the Committee on Finance with a substitute, and there is a floor substitute.
Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask the body to reject this, but I move that the committee substitute be agreed to.
Thank the senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
The noes have it. The committee substitute is rejected. Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we waive the reading of the floor substitute.
Question is, shall the reading of the floor substitute be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor substitute is waived. Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we adopt the floor substitute, and I'd like to speak to that.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the Senate. This concerns the proposed creation of the Western Virginia Transportation Commission and Fund. The floor substitute is technical in nature. Legislative Services tightened up a bit of the language, different description of the localities, didn't change the localities that would be involved, but a description of those. And so I would ask the body to adopt the floor substitute.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the floor substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor substitute is adopted.
Mr. President.
Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 747, a bill relating to public institutions of higher education, guaranteed admissions agreements.
The senior senator from Richmond City, Senator Sturtevant.
Mr. President, I move that the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 823, a bill relating to wireless support structures, public rights of way use fees.
Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that Senate Bill 823 be engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading.
I thank the senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 856, relating to mass transit in the Commonwealth Transit Capital Bond Act of 2018. Reported from the Committee on Finance with a substitute.
The senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I'm going to move that we adopt the substitute. And I'll just explain. There's just two or three major parts that the substitute changed. And I'll explain the rest of the apparatus of the bill on third reading. The substitute, just briefly, took out the $110 million a year that were in there for bonds that was 1/5 of what our debt capacity would have been. So that is out. And we took out the Uber tax that was, in the edition that was before the Senate Finance Committee. And we added into that, if you remember, over the last 10 years on the bill that Tom Davis got through years ago before he left Congress, Congress would put up $150 million a year, and each of the three participants, Maryland, D.C., and Virginia, would put up $50 million a year for capital. We put up that $50 million, but it's contingent on Congress reinstating the federal money. And in the budget they submitted yesterday, they were going to take everything out. They put back $120 million, which means that if each of the states would contribute not $50 million but $40 million, so until that other $10 million would remain here, held in abeyance. So that's basically what was in the substitute, and I'll explain the various other money functions and changes to Metro form that Senator Barker and I had in this bill when it gets to third reading. But I would ask that you accept the substitute, the committee substitute.
I thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. Senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw. Do you want to engross in advance?
Yes. Mr. President, I move that the Senate Bill 856 in the form of a substitute be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 942, a bill relating to state sales and use tax historic triangle. Reported from the Committee on Finance with a substitute.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask that the committee substitute be agreed to, sir.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Mr. President, I would now ask that Senate Bill 942 be engrossed and advanced to its third reading, sir.
I thank the senator. The question is, shall Senate Bill 942 be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Mr. President, I would now move that all of the Senate bills on the regular calendar which find themselves on the third reading, which would include all bills on pages 25 through 28, that the rules of the Senate be suspended and the third constitutional reading of the titles be dispensed with.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the third reading of the titles of the bills be dispensed with? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The reading of the titles is dispensed with. The bills are now before the Senate on final passage. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman. Regular?
I'll just read the number.
I'm sorry?
I'll read the number. Senate Bill 504.
Mr. President.
Senator from Grayson, Senator Carrico.
I move the bill pass. This is the bill that directs the Department of Transportation to convene the work group to study the effects of 91,000-pound six-axle trucks, and I would move the bill pass.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 504? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 504 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 35, noes 5.
Ayes 35, noes 5. Senate Bill 504 passes.
Senate Bill 605.
Senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill pass, and speaking to the motion.
Senator has the floor.
Senate Bill 605 deals with a sad but prevalent phenomena that is called passing the trash. And what it involves is, in order to get rid of a teacher who's engaged in sexual misconduct with a student, some administrators or even school districts themselves have offered recommendations to other school districts of that same teacher who we know has engaged in that horrible misconduct. And I'm just going to mention two cases in particular. One involved a teacher who had previously taught in Loudoun named Brian Damron, who was at Stanton College Preparatory School in Florida, who revealed for the first time after he'd had a problem, or more than a problem, after the situation in Florida, that Loudon revealed for the first time that he had inappropriate relations with the student when teaching in Virginia. And we know that other complaints were discovered after, but they did not reveal that conduct to Duval County when they hired him. In fact, they wrote him a glowing recommendation was written by the principal where he used to teach. And then if you go to Texas, one case, a teacher left the Orangefield Independent School District after inappropriate conversations with the student and then went to a Port Arthur Independent School. The district attorney wrote a letter in 2005 advocating a graceful exit for the teacher, advising the district to agree to a neutral recommendation or a positive recommendation. And then in 2011, a student at the other school, per court records, had sex with one of his 16-year-old students. He was convicted of sexual assault of a child, an improper relationship between an educator and a student, and now is serving an 8-year prison sentence. Unfortunately, this is a phenomenon that's going around the country. And USA Today had a year-long investigation, and one of the conclusions they made was that though passing the trash can be the most expeditious way for a school district to rid itself of a bad teacher, the consequences for students can be devastating. So with passage of this bill, we will become in line with federal requirements and with the other 5 states that have thus far adopted the federal requirement. With that, I renew my motion that the bill pass.
I thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 605? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 605 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. Senate Bill 605 passes.
Senate Bill 401.
Senator from Accomack, Senator Lewis.
Mr. President, move the bill passed and speaking to the motion.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, this is a very simple Section 1 bill which directs the Department of Environmental Quality and the Department of Education to update the Windows into a Green Virginia curriculum currently developed by the departments for 6th grade science to include the benefits of recycling and energy and reuse. So renew my motion that the bill pass.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 401? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 401 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 2.
Ayes 38, noes 2. Senate Bill 401 passes.
Senate Bill 583.
Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill pass and I'd like to speak to that.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the Senate. Senate Bill 583 proposes to create the Western Virginia Transportation District Commission. Mr. President, back in 2013, we made some significant, they were thought at that time, significant proposals to enhance revenue for transportation projects throughout the Commonwealth. For rural Virginia, it turned out we didn't do a whole lot, Mr. President. In fact, the history of that legislation, we've seen there were 2 actions taken, or 2 areas of the Commonwealth that have received significant attention because of our actions, but rural Virginia, I won't say they were left out, but really the funding was not enhanced that much and opportunities for improvements. This proposes to create a transportation district along Interstate 81, the full 325 miles. What we found in 2013, as it's evolved and it's been improved over the last several years, is that Northern Virginia, with that transportation commission and Hampton Roads area, we're able to do some significant projects, do some significant things because of what we put in place with the additional dollars that we're able to create with the traffic there. Interstate 81 passes through a largely rural area, but that opportunity for revenue generation is enhanced because of the tremendous volume of traffic on Interstate 81, notably out-of-state traffic, interstate trucks, as well as passenger vehicles. We previously passed a bill sponsored by the senator from Rockingham, which I also was a patron on, which proposes to study the imposition of trucks-only tolls on Interstate 81. I support that, and actually I support a broader study that would encompass studying tolls on cars as well, but in this instance, we're looking strictly at truck-only tolls. This commission would be funded as it basically replicates the Northern Virginia and Hampton Roads initiatives, and it would assess 2.1% on diesel and gasoline in those regions at the wholesale level. It also includes a floor, as we have now proposed to include in Northern Virginia and Hampton Roads. Mr. President, there is tremendous need from a safety and capacity standpoint for the economy in Western Virginia. We enjoy tourism, but tourism is being inhibited, I would say, because of the lack of ability for traffic to flow in a safe manner and in a predictable manner. We welcome the flow of traffic. In fact, I think it's a great thing that we have so many trucks using Interstate 81 because it's a good sign of the economy that we're seeing throughout Western Virginia and indeed on the East Coast. Mr. President, this will not be sufficient by itself to pay for the improvements that are needed, but just as in Hampton Roads and Northern Virginia, this predictable revenue flow will allow the commission created to float bonds perhaps. It also will be able to accept the toll revenues if we in fact do end up tolling trucks or however we might do that. It also would be able to accept the matching funds from the infrastructure bill that's being proposed in Congress.
Mr. President.
Yes. Sorry, Senator from Grayson, Senator Carrico.
I hate
for what
to
purpose
slow
does Senator Rise?
Question.
For the gentleman?
Gentleman yield for.
Gentleman yield for a question?
I'd be pleased to yield.
Gentleman yields.
I hate to slow the train down. He was on a roll, but unlike the tolls that are targeting vehicles that are on I-81, how does your gas tax affect localities outside of I-81, commuters that come and go within the region? As far as the gas tax is concerned, is it over the whole region or is it just on I-81?
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I would say that we currently are describing the region, basically the spline of Interstate 81 by planning districts. So it would be all of the localities that are in proximity to Interstate 81 that Interstate 81 flows through. So it would impose that additional fuel tax, which at this point in time on gasoline would amount to about 6 cents, I suppose. So I would it's less. Okay. Well, the expert here, Mr. President, says less. Let's say 5 cents, but the 4 cents, 5 cents, somewhere in that range. The point being, and I floated this out in the Valley specifically, and people are wanting a solution. And I think they're willing to pay for that solution. That's what we have to come to grips with in that, as I was beginning to reference the federal infrastructure bill, which was rolled out in part yesterday, which we all had high hopes on. If there any money comes to Virginia through federal match and what have you from that particular program, that will be helpful. And I expect it will be great, but a whole lot of attention or money was not promised yesterday in the Infrastructure Act. The essence of this, Mr. President, is we need to do something, and I'll submit to you, I think most people, if polled, would be willing to pay for it, recognizing that someone has to pay for it. And I've always thought, even back before 2013, on numerous occasions, that with the increased fuel efficiency of vehicles, that per user tax, notably the fuel tax, was the best way to go. So, Mr. President, I hope the body will pass the measure.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 583? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 583 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 24, no 16.
Ayes 24, no 16. Senate Bill 583 passes.
Senate Bill 747.
Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator Sturdivant.
Mr. President, I move that the bill pass and speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, we've got a fantastic program in Virginia where if you are a community college student at one of our fantastic community colleges and you do well enough and keep your GPA high enough, you will have guaranteed admission to one of our fantastic four-year colleges or universities in Virginia. What we do not have at present is if you are a public high school student going through a dual enrollment program, and you are able to earn your associate's degree while still in high school. And this body saw a few of those students earlier this session. Mr. President welcomed about 6 students from an advanced college academy at Powhatan High School a couple of weeks ago. These are the best and the brightest students we have in Virginia. These are the students that we want to incentivize to stay in Virginia at our public colleges and universities. And so what Senate Bill 747 would do is simply provide permissive language such that community colleges can work with our four-year public colleges and universities that would allow for the guaranteed admission of high school students who earn their associate's degree while in high school through a dual enrollment program would then have or could have a guaranteed admission to one of our public colleges, provided they meet certain quality requirements. And I renew my motion that the bill pass, Mr. President.
I thank the senator. For what purpose does the senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson, rise?
Gentleman, yield for a question.
Will the gentleman yield? Senator will yield. You have the floor.
I asked the gentleman, I posed the following hypothetical. Let's say I'm a senior at Fairfax High School and I'm a bright student. This is hypothetical. And I take classes at Northern Virginia Community College. And as a senior, I apply to the University of Virginia as a impending graduate of Fairfax High School. And let's say maybe I get on the wait list. But in the meantime, I get my dual degree from Nova and I apply again as a graduate of Northern Virginia Community College. Would I file a separate application? That's my first question.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, that is a detail that would certainly be worked out between the community college and the university. This bill does not seek to address those specifics, but that is certainly a possibility, depending on how that agreement is arranged between the two institutions.
Well, further question.
Senator, further questions? Senator has the floor.
Well, as I understand, the whole point of guaranteed admission is we essentially give preferential treatment to graduates of our community colleges because they've gone that extra step and shown that they can succeed at a community college. But now we're taking a dual degree system where high school students are allowed to enroll in community college, and basically we're creating 2 classes of high school graduates, are we not?
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I don't think that is accurate. These dual enrollment programs are through and under the auspices of our community college system. We presently, I wouldn't call it preferential treatment. I would say it's identifying the importance of helping to make college more affordable, which is why we offer our guaranteed admissions program for students who go through community college and do well enough. This is simply treating our high school students who show the aptitude and the excellence of completing their associate's degree in high school, providing them with that equal treatment that we already provide to our post-high school community college students.
All right, I'll speak briefly to the bill at the proper time.
Thank the senator.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think you're taking apples and oranges here and putting them together in one bill. And I realize this has been, it looks to be somewhat watered down perhaps, and we saw it in Education Committee. But you're taking, first of all, what is the dual enrollment program, whereby if you're a bright high school student, you can go to the local community college and take extra classes which are applicable to your intelligence, and then you're taking the guaranteed admission program whereby people that go to community colleges and do well could then walk into our state universities having saved, frankly, 2 years of tuition. So you're combining 2 different fine programs, but what you're going to come up with is a little bit of a mess because, quite frankly, kids that graduate from high school that have taken the dual degree or that have taken dual enrollment, they should be going on to university. Okay? I don't know why we would try and treat them as community college graduates. They're not community college graduates in the traditional sense of students that could not afford a regular university and therefore need that helping hand. I think what we're doing is we're taking two good programs here and we're conflating them together in a way that will be not just confusing, but will also be gained by a lot of very clever families when their kids apply to our state universities.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 747? Other than the patron.
Mr. President, again, renew my motion that the bill pass. I think that this is a way for this body to be able to say we have helped make some meaningful reforms to make college more affordable to Virginia families, while at the same time ensuring that Virginia is keeping our very best and our very brightest right here in the Commonwealth in our public colleges. And I ask that the body approve this measure.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 747?
Mr. President, with
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Senator from Richmond yield for a question.
Will Senator yield?
I yield.
Senator yields.
Mr. President, has the senator, I assume he has, but obtained comments from Chev and the colleges, universities, and the community college system about this bill?
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, the colleges did not want this to be mandatory language. That was a prior bill that I had, and that's why this bill has permissive language in it. This does not require that a community college and a university enter into one of these agreements with respect to high school students. It simply allows it. So a high school in one district, one of our districts may choose to do it with a community colleges in our district, but there is certainly no requirement that any of our colleges do this. It simply is another tool in the toolbox to help make higher education more affordable.
Mr. President.
Senator from Roanoke City.
Will the senator yield for another question?
Will Senator yield? Senator yields.
Any community college or any college or university in Virginia requested this bill?
Senator has the floor.
I specifically have, as I understand it, there are some schools that are working on agreements like this, but I think it's helpful to have this in the code to make it clear that this is a policy that the General Assembly is supportive of.
Mr. President,
Senator,
speaking to the bill,
Senator has the floor.
I'm probably going to vote for this, but I'm not sure. I don't think we really need something like this. I don't know why they can't do this if they want to already. And we already have this 2-year college grant program, whereas if you go to a community college first, you apply to a senior college for your 3rd and 4th year. You take certain grades and make certain take certain courses, make certain grades, and so forth. Then you can be admitted to a 3rd and 4th year college and get a grant at $1,000, $2,000, $3,000, depending on the program you're taking. This is a way to make college more affordable, but also it's not an automatic guaranteed admission. I don't know really how they do that, but it does say if you meet certain requirements, then you can get into a 3rd and 4th year college. But it's also subject to the 3rd and 4th year of a college actually admitting you. I don't know how this would work. Maybe we could give some authority and let them go ahead and give it a shot, but I haven't heard anybody request this particular type of program. So I'm not sure we really need it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is Senator from Arlington, Senator Favola, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to speak in favor of the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I mean, very briefly, what this bill does is it acknowledges that there is equal value in achieving your associate degree while you're in high school, just as if you had achieved your associate's degree after high school. And there's some concern on the part of high schools participating in the dual degree program. They want to make sure that those classes they're offering their high school students are recognized. So this is a good bill. This is going to enable students to graduate with an associate's degree at the same time they gain a high school diploma. It will remove barriers in the minds of many students, and in actuality are serious barriers, cost barriers and time barriers going on to college. So this is part of a strategy to ensure, I think a few years ago, we all bought into that additional 100,000 more degrees a year. This will help do that. So I ask the body to please support this bill. Thank you.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson rise?
Gentlelady yield for a question.
Gentlelady yield?
Yes, I'm happy to.
Senator has the floor.
I would ask the gentlelady, so if you get the associate's degree from the community college and you get admitted to, let's say, the University of Virginia, do you no longer live in the freshman dorms? Do you just go automatically to the third year and skip all the freshman classes?
Senator has the floor.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. What we're saying is if, in fact, you've earned that 2-year degree and UVA accepts you as a junior, I think it's probably up to the university in terms of what kind of student experience you're going to have. You're asking me how a university would address their transfer students. Universities have all different policies on how to address transfer students. Oftentimes, transfer students are given special counselors. They're given a little bit extra attention because the university wants to understand why they were selected in the student's third year. They want to ensure the student stays on track and gets the bachelor's degree on time.
Further question, Mr. President.
Will Senator yield further question?
I'm happy to.
Isn't the whole point of the guaranteed admission program that they don't have to do the first 2 years, so they only have to pay for the latter 2 years of university? Isn't that the whole point?
That is the point of the guaranteed admission program, but that doesn't mean the university may not provide additional services to the student, if that was your earlier question.
No further questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall Senate Bill 747 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 2.
Ayes 38, noes 2. Senate Bill 747 passes.
Mr. President.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
I'm sorry, I forgot. Was that vote 38-2?
It was, Senator.
Mr. President, we've over time we've evolved a little bit in this body, and perhaps are not as strict as maybe we once were on parliamentary debate. But it doesn't mean that we're going to annoy Madam Clerk and completely abandon the custom usage and tradition. Mr. President, I think, has done a remarkable job at adjusting to as being the presiding officer of this Senate, and he is very good about saying before the final remarks are made on a bill, is there any other senator that would like to be heard on this bill? And that is not a nuance. For many, many years, we have always allowed the patron of a bill to make the introductory comments and to make the final comments on it. So I just would encourage, Mr. President, when you are so thoughtful and say, is there any other senator that would like to be heard on this bill, that you will seize that opportunity so that the patron will have the final word on it. 38-2.
I thank the senator. Madam Clerk.
Senate Bill 823.
Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that Senate Bill 823 pass. And speaking to the motion briefly.
I thank the senator. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I will not be as loquacious as my seatmate in my recitation of this bill. But, Mr. President, this bill sets up a statewide system of fees for right-of-ways for wireless infrastructure. Mr. President, in establishing the statewide fee system, we have an automatic increase per the Consumer Price Index every 5 years. And Mr. President, it also grandfathers in any contracts that are in existence prior to July 1 of this year, that they continue in full force and effect to the end of their term. With that, Mr. President, my brief comments being completed, I renew my motion the bill pass.
I thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 823? For what purpose is the senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson?
I rise to speak against the bill.
The senator has the floor.
And I appreciate the words of wisdom from my senior colleague from James City County. And so I'll keep my remarks brief, but I will say, having served in local government, as I know he has, this is a bill that's got some issues. And what you're doing is you are taking a one-size-fits-all principle to towns, cities, and counties, primarily be cities and towns, that own their own right-of-ways. And you're basically saying that they have to contract with private entities, for-profit entities. They're going to come in and put in wireless service or whatever telecom services they're putting in by having a one-size-fits-all fee that will apply no matter what the value of that right-of-way is. And not every right-of-way is valued the same. So you're taking away their negotiating ability. You're saying one-size-fits-all. Maybe I get 2 votes. Maybe I get a few more. But if it's a bad one, I'm going to speak on it. And until you all get rid of me, I'll be doing that. So I'll be here for another few days. In the meantime, I please oppose this bill.
I thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 823? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 823 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 19, noes 18, Rule 36-3.
Ayes 19, noes 18, Rule 36-3. Senate Bill 823 passes.
Senate Bill 856.
The senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Sasslaw.
Can that go by temporarily? Some people wanted to read it when we recess. I've not seen it yet. Okay.
Without objection, Senate Bill 856 will go by temporarily.
Senate Bill 942.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask that the bill pass, and speaking briefly to it, sir.
The senator has the floor.
I want to thank the senator from Augusta, who was very generous in providing a segue for me to comment briefly on this bill. He referenced the 2013 transportation legislation that we passed for Northern Virginia and Hampton Roads. And really the genesis of that was that for many years those regions had been requesting additional tax dollars for highway construction. You say, well, what does that have to do with the historic triangle? Unlike many areas in the Commonwealth of Virginia, the historic triangle does not have a diversified economy. And the historic triangle includes the city of Williamsburg, Jamestown, James City County, and Yorktown. Our economy is predicated on tourism and the promotion of tourism. Unfortunately, over the years, the Virginia Tourism Corporation, which actually I created with legislation a number of years ago, has been unable to adequately finance the promotion of tourism really anywhere in the state. So when I reflected on the 2013 legislation, I suggested to the Historic Triangle it was time to stop begging and whining and engage in self-help. And that's what Senate Bill 942 is. The City Council for Williamsburg this past spring enacted 3 new taxes. They increased the transient occupancy tax within the city by $2. They increased the meals tax. And for the first time in that area of Virginia, they enacted an admissions tax, which was focused primarily on one institution. This legislation, probably unlike many tax legislation that has come before this body, is unique. I know that there are some individuals that, regardless of the circumstances, do not vote on any taxes, even if it is on a transient occupancy tax that may be 400 miles away from where they live. The unusual thing about this piece of legislation is that, yes, it does increase the sales tax in those three jurisdictions by 1%, but it also eliminates three other taxes that were enacted by the city of Williamsburg. And all three of these localities have come together and have supported and agreed to accept this 1% increase in the sales tax. That money will be dedicated in the following ways. 50% of it will be dedicated exclusively to marketing the historic triangle as a destination for visitors and tourism. The other 50% of that will go to the localities. So I would respectfully ask that Senate Bill 942 pass, as it is eliminating three taxes and imposing one new tax.
I thank the senator. For what purpose is the senior senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove, rise?
Would the gentleman yield for a question?
Will Senator yield?
Yes, sir, I do.
Senator yield. Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd ask the gentleman, with my wife's proclivity for going to the Williamsburg Outlet Mall, is this going to cost me a lot more money?
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I would comment to my friend from Chesapeake that we would welcome your wife to the outlet malls every day of the week. And in fact, I might even arrange valet parking for her. But the good thing is, Mr. President, that the operative word is outlet. You are saving so much money on those A products at the outlet mall that modest increase will be de minimis.
I so thank the gentleman.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 942?
Besides, you can go to Norfolk.
Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 942 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 27, noes 10.
Ayes 27, noes 10. Senate Bill 942 passes.
Uncontested calendar Senate bills on first reading.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would respectfully move that all the Senate bills on the first reading on the uncontested and regular calendar, which would include all Senate bills on pages 29 through 36, including Senate Bill 80 through Senate Bill 964, that the rules of the Senate be suspended and that the first constitutional reading of the titles be dispensed with, sir.
I thank the senator. The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the first reading of the titles of Senate bills on the uncontested and regular calendars, pages 29 through 36, Senate Bill 80 through Senate Bill 964, be dispensed with? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The reading of the titles is dispensed with. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would now move all of the Senate bills which now find themselves on the second reading on the uncontested calendar, which would include all Senate bills on pages 29 through 33, including Senate Bill 80 through Senate Bill 991, be advanced to their engrossment in third reading in the block after the adoption of any amendments. Any senator who may desire to remove a bill from the block should please do so after the clerk has read the number of that bill, sir.
I thank the senator. The question is, shall all Senate bills now on second reading on the uncontested calendar on pages 29 through 33, Senate Bill 80 through Senate Bill 991, be engrossed in advance to their third reading in the block after the adoption of the amendments thereto, and that any senator desiring to remove a bill from the block do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will read the number of the bills.
Senate Bill 80, reported from the Committee on Rules with an amendment and from the Committee on Finance with amendments.
Senator from Arlington, Senator Favola.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the amendment from the Committee on Rules be agreed to.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the amendment from the Committee on Rules be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is agreed to. From Arlington, Senator Favola.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the amendments from the Committee on Finance be agreed to.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee amendments from the Committee on Finance be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendments are agreed to.
Senate Bill 166, reported from the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance.
Senior Senator from Loudoun, Senator Black.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the committee substitute.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted.
Senate Bill 660, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute.
Senior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Wagner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the substitute be agreed to.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 738, reported from the Committee on Rules with amendments and from the Committee on Finance.
Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I move that the Committee of Rules substitute amendments be agreed to.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee amendments from the Committee on Rules be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendments are agreed to.
Senate Bill 772, reported from the Committee on Finance with a substitute.
Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Surville.
Mr. President, I move the committee substitute.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 847, reported from the Committee on Finance. Senate Bill 991, reported from the Committee on Finance with a substitute.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that the committee substitute be agreed to.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to. The question is, shall the Senate bills be engrossed in advance to their third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bills are engrossed in advance to their third reading. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that the rules of the Senate be suspended and that the third constitutional reading of the titles of these bills on the third reading be dispensed with.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the third reading of the titles of the bills be dispensed with? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The reading of the titles is dispensed with. The bills are now before the Senate on final passage. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would now move that all the Senate bills on the third reading on the uncontested calendar, which would include all Senate bills on pages 29 through 33, including Senate Bill 80 through Senate Bill 991, be placed upon their final passage in the block. Any senator who may desire to remove a bill from the block should please do so after the clerk has read the number of that bill.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the Senate bills now on the uncontested calendar, third reading, pages 29 through 33, Senate Bill 80 through Senate Bill 991, be placed upon their final passage in the block, with the understanding that any senator desiring a bill be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill. All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The bills are before us in the block. The clerk will read the number of the bills.
Senate Bill 80. Senate Bill 166. Senate Bill 660. Senate Bill 738. Senate Bill 772. Senate Bill 847. Senate Bill 991.
Question is, shall the bills in the block pass? All in favor of the passage of the bills will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The bills in the block pass.
Regular calendar, Senate bills on first reading that are now on second. Senate Bill 765, a bill relating to the creation of the Secretary for Coastal Protection and Flooding Adaptation.
Senator from Accomack, Senator Lewis.
And we have a finance subcommittee substitute.
Mr. President, move the Finance Committee substitute.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Finance Committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to. Senator from Accomack, Senator Lewis.
Mr. President, parliamentary inquiry. What posture are we in now, Mr. President?
Senator, want to engross and advance the bill to its third reading?
I certainly do, Mr. President.
Perfect.
Mr. President, move that the bill be engrossed and advanced on to its third reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 844, a bill relating to health carriers conducting insurance activities under governmental programs, active participation in health benefit exchange required. Reported from the Committee on Commerce and Labor with a substitute, from the Committee on Finance with a substitute, and there is a floor substitute.
Mr. President.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
I apologize to the gentlelady for interrupting her, but it is my understanding that there is an interest in perhaps pausing for a few minutes, sir, and so I would respectfully yield to the gentlelady from downtown Hampton.
Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would actually like to move that we go into recess.
Without objection. Until when would the senator like to recess? Without objection. We were
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock. The Senate will stand in recess until 2 o'clock.
Mr. President.
Mr. President.
If you would pause just a moment, I believe that a senator would like to return to the morning hour, and then I would like to make an announcement, please, sir. Thank you.
Senator from Fauquier, Senator Vogel, you have the floor.
Mr. President, he's clairvoyant. I would like to return to the morning hour, please.
Without objection, we'll return to the morning hour. The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for purposes of an introduction.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Waiting very patiently in the gallery for hours this morning has been someone who traveled to Richmond today to visit us and to watch as we are painstakingly moving through crossover today and this afternoon and maybe this evening. His name is Greg Torian, and he lives in my part of Virginia, although he was born and raised in Lynchburg, Virginia. He went to Hargrave Military Academy. He had a 33-year career in law enforcement. He started as a cadet with the Lynchburg City Police Department, and later he worked for the Virginia State Police, retiring at the rank of sergeant. He currently works in security at Creighton Farms Country Club in Aldie, Virginia. And he's worked as a volunteer in the past for Delegate Joe May, and he worked as a volunteer for me. And in his spare time, he loves to hunt and fish. But he is taking a break from all of that to come here and spend the day with us. And so I ask that you please extend to him the warm welcome of the Senate. Thank you.
I thank the senator. Would Mr. Greg Torian please rise to the gallery? Thank you so much, Mr. Torian, for joining us here today. We echo the eloquent words of the senator from Fauquier. We're grateful to you for, your patience with us today and for sticking around in the gallery, but also for your service in law enforcement. It's something that's very important, and we're grateful to you for that work. You're welcome here in the Senate anytime. You picked a particularly good day to be here for crossover. It's a very busy day, but we are grateful that you have joined us. I would ask everyone please to join me in extending the warm welcome of the Senate to Greg Torian.
Mr. President.
Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
If we can just stay in the morning hour for just a moment.
Without objection.
We've had a lovely young lady looking down upon us from the gallery, Mr. President, members of the Senate, who has to put up with a lot more than this gentleman who has to put up sitting next to me. I can tell you that His lovely bride is here, Paula Carrico, and I've never seen Senator Carrico eat so good. He actually stood this morning, and he's very quiet when he eats. I can tell you that, Mr. President. It's like a nice quiet time. It's like Nirvana over here. Doesn't make a lot of noise. He just grazes. It's wonderful. But he keeps some hidden stuff here on the roll top desk. And his wife must have come down here this morning, because he goes, I keep opening up trying to find potato chips. All I can find is fruit. So to his wife, we thank him for the fresh fruit and vegetables that are in his desk. He's probably going to have to go in the back here and wash his mouth out because it has the taste of salad. But, Mr. President, if you would extend to the lovely Paula Carrico our warm welcome of the Senate. Thank you.
I thank the Senator. Would Mrs. Paula Carrico please rise in the gallery if you're able? Thank you so much, Mrs. Carrico, for being here today. Thank you for your family's service. We know that it is a family effort when you're engaged in public service, and we're grateful for everything that you do to allow Senator Carrico to join us. He represents his constituents very well, and grateful to you and your entire family. You, of course, are welcome here anytime in the Senate, and you're part of this family. And I would ask everyone please to join me in extending the warm welcome of the Senate to Mrs. Paula Carrico. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. We actually extended a formal written invitation to Greg and Paula to be here because I knew that they were going to be mesmerized by the loquacious eloquence of the discussions that have taken place on the floor today. But having said that, on recess, if in fact the Senate Republicans would be so kind to retire to the prayer meeting room downstairs.
Thank the Senator. With the Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke, would you still want to recess until 2, or would you want to adjust the time?
Upon recess, if the Senate Democrats would meet for reflection and meditation in the back till 2:15.
I thank the Senator. The Senate stands in recess until 2:15 p.m. To order.
Four, a bill relating to health carriers conducting insurance activities under governmental programs, active participation in health benefit exchange required. Reported from the Committee on Commerce and Labor with the substitute, from the Committee on Finance with the substitute, and there is a floor substitute.
Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the recommendation that we reject the substitute from Commerce and Labor, I move the substitute.
I thank the senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the committee substitute from Commerce and Labor be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The committee substitute is rejected. The senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, with the recommendation that we reject the substitute from Finance, I move the substitute.
I thank the senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the committee substitute from Finance be accepted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
The noes have it. The committee substitute is rejected. The senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we waive the reading of the floor substitute.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor substitute be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the substitute is waived. Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that we agree to the substitute and speak to the substitute.
Senator has the floor.
So, thank you very much. This bill changes, a little bit sadly, Senator Deeds and my bill, that worked to mandate health plans participate in the individual marketplace to rescue some of those, particularly constituents out in Charlottesville whose premiums have gone up 300%. With the best intentions to make a difference for our constituents, we're also aware that there's the possibility it could cause some strain on our Medicaid program and think it deserves a little bit more consideration. And to that end, we have stricken that portion of the bill, and what is left is the portion that talks about extending short-term insurance.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the floor substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor substitute is adopted. Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that we engross and advance the bill to its third reading.
Question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 915, a bill relating to the Priority Needs Access Program. Reported from the Committee on Finance with a substitute, and there is a floor substitute.
Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the recommendation that we reject the committee substitute, I move the substitute.
Thank the senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the substitute from the Committee on Finance be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The committee substitute is rejected. Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that we waive the reading of the floor substitute.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor substitute be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor substitute is waived. Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that we agree to the floor substitute in speaking to that.
Senator has the floor.
So this substitute actually changes around the funding for this particular bill. It removes the provider fees. It also removes hospital reimbursement. It continues to identify the population that we think are most needy in Virginia and need our attention, and that includes chronic and life-threatening illness, mental health issues, substance use disorder, but also in addition those that have not been represented elsewhere is that this bill asserts that we need to fully fund Priority 1 waivers and also create brain injury waivers to address that population. And that essentially is the amendment, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the floor substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor substitute is adopted. Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that we engross and advance to its third reading.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 964, a bill relating to health insurance catastrophic plans. Reported from the Committee on Finance.
The senior senator from Richmond City, Senator Sturdivant.
Mr. President, I move that the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading. The question is, Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Mr. President, I respectfully move, that the third constitutional reading of the titles be dispensed with and that the bills be placed on their final passage, sir.
I thank the senator. The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the third reading of the title of the bills be dispensed with? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The reading of the titles is dispensed with. The bills are now before the Senate on final passage.
Senate Bill 265.
Senator from Accomack, Senator Lewis.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Move the bill pass and speaking to the motion.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, this bill is the result of some extensive discussions between Delegate Stiley and the other body and the administration. This bill started out as a cabinet-level position, and now you can see by the substitute what we have as a special assistant to the governor. Still, the effort is supported by the Hampton Roads Chamber of Commerce, the cities of Norfolk, and the cities of Virginia Beach, among others in the Hampton Roads area, as a meaningful first step in sending a message to the Navy, to business in general, and to the outside world that the second largest population in the United States threatened by flooding is taking seriously, and being proactive in efforts to combat and plan for it. You will notice in the substitute that we also focus on the role of economic development opportunities associated with adaptation. We also direct the cabinet advisor to the governor to work with the Virginia Growth and Opportunity Fund, Go Virginia, and also in general look for funding opportunities at the federal level as well as developing a strategy going forward for resiliency and for adaptation. So with that, Mr. President, I would move that the bill pass.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the senior senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove, rise?
Speak to the bill, Mr. President.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be very brief. Last year, I got up on the floor and I spoke against this bill because I really didn't think it was a good idea to set up a new secretariat. This bill in its substituted form is much more acceptable. Having talked with members of the Navy and our surrounding areas in Hampton Roads, I feel this bill is a bill whose time has come. This really doesn't get into the global warming business, who's to fault, whatever. This just tries to take care of an issue that we know is happening, which is coastal water rise. And so I hope that it will be the pleasure of the body to pass this bill.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 265? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 265 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 31, noes 9.
Ayes 31, noes 9. Senate Bill 265 passes.
Senate Bill 844.
Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to defer to Senator Reeves to speak for a few moments, and I'll circle back around later.
Thank the senator. Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask the bill pass and speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, members of the body, if you listen to any of our officials with regard to health care, they're going to tell you that individual health care is broken. It's absolutely broken. Our colleagues north of the Potomac haven't done a whole lot to fix it or right to ship. And the area that I represent, along with Senator from Bath County, have seen what the senator from Enrico had mentioned about 300% increase in premiums. That's devastating to a family, and they don't fall into any other categories, so they're going without insurance. And under the current conditions that we have today, we're allowed short-term insurance. But there was talk under this current administration about the ability to extend those past the 90 days, that there could be some waivers and some other things. So all this bill does now is put us in a position that if this current administration should allow us the opportunity to go up to 364 days on short-term duration insurance, that we would be in the right posture to be able to do that. There is a kick-out clause at the bottom of the bill at this point, as you look at the bill, that does that exact thing, allow us that the provisions of the enactment shall be contingent upon the federal regulations that are promulgated pursuant to the President's executive order, blah, blah, blah. That's all this bill does. It's pretty short. It's a short bill that does a lot for a lot of people. I think it's a good measure, and I'd ask the bill pass.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker, rise?
Mr. President, rising to speak to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I rise to speak in support of this measure. I think that with the changes that have been made, the amendments that have been proposed, and the substitute that's been adopted today, we are in a very good position to move forward in a way that will provide coverage for people for short periods of time, less than a year, till, if nothing else, at least until their next opportunity to be able to acquire health insurance under the health insurance exchange. And particularly helping those people, such as the senator from Spotsylvania referenced, many of whom this past year did not renew their plans, even when they'd had coverage for many years prior, because of the tripling of the premiums in many of those areas. So I think it can provide substantial benefit. There are provisions in there that, as the senator from Spotsylvania said, that make this contingent upon federal regulations, which are in development right now. But I think if those come through soon, there could be a lot of Virginians who can be helped, and we can move forward in a way that provides more health insurance coverage rather than less. Thank you very much.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman, rise?
Mr. President, speak to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I don't often speak on bills that aren't mine on the floor, but I do believe this is going to be an extraordinary opportunity. You know, we came here this session to talk about some of the safety net issues, and we're going to continue to talk about safety net issues. But also, if you talk to Virginians, whether at the polls or where you may go visit them in your community, there are a lot of Virginians that want to do the right thing, that would like to buy their own insurance, and they simply cannot do it. There are people in the metal plans that are struggling to keep up. A number of those individuals have dropped off. The net effect of that is that we have worse adverse selection in the metal plans after it's done. Mr. President, I think that Washington's going to do one thing right this year, and I think they're going to allow this to go from 90 days to 364. And if they do, I think you're going to remember Senate Bill 844. Senate Bill 844 is a bill that's going to allow individuals to have a truly catastrophic plan if they can't afford anything else and they don't qualify for the safety net. I have a lot of my family closer toward the Hillsville area than where I live now that have told me about the fact that they can no longer afford their insurance. They have a job. They're trying to do the right thing. They don't want to rely on public assistance, but they have to go bare because they don't have a catastrophic plan. And why are you going to remember this bill? You're going to remember this bill because of what it does and what it doesn't do. It does not have all the requirements of the ACA. I wish it did. I wish it covered everything. It doesn't, but it doesn't require all those items in the ACA. But if we did, we'd have one more Mercedes plan. We don't need one more Mercedes plan. We need a Chevrolet plan, a plan that people can actually afford. And that's what this plan would do. I appreciate the words from the senator from Southern Fairfax, because this bill, Senate Bill 844, should be a Senate plan, and I think it is now. I think that both sides have worked hard to get the language in the correct place. Mr. President, it also says that a lot of the mandated benefits that we'd love to have, that we'd love to pass on to others, are now mandated offers. So now they have to offer those plans that we've come up with over the years, but it doesn't have to burden down the cost with this plan. Mr. President, if what we thought was going to happen last week, we thought that the administration in Washington was actually going to authorize the 90 to 364 last week. They didn't do it. I certainly hope by the time we leave here that they will do it. I think they will. They've already gotten all the preliminaries taken care of. Mr. President, I know during the session, during the budget, during other discussions, other bills, we're going to have more discussion about the fact that we need to look to the safety net, look to other products we can provide. But I can tell you, I really believe that Senate Bill 844 is one that you're going to remember. It's going to be one that's going to provide for a couple $100 health insurance for people who really, really need it. Mr. President, thank you.
I thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 844? Does the patron wish to be heard? Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to echo those sentiments. I want to say, Virginia, we're listening. We heard you. We know that you're having trouble paying your premiums, and we're trying to do everything we can to make that better for you. So thank you very much, Mr. President. I move.
I thank the senator. The question is, shall Senate Bill 844 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. Senate Bill 844 passes.
Senate Bill 915.
Thank you, Mr.
Senator from
President.
Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you. I move that we support this bill, and I'd like to speak to it.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you so much. 915 really came out of studying and listening to where we were in Virginia and what our needs were. There was a strong appetite to help people that were in most need. If you were at the hearings after the governor's budget, you heard how many people were concerned about Priority 1 waivers alone, let alone brain injury. And I think that the desire is universal. It's always good when we start a conversation to start with what we agree on. And I think that the Senate can agree that there are people in Virginia that truly need our help, and that would include the individuals identified in this bill. I think the further debate is, how do we pay for that, and to who else do we extend that coverage? I don't think you can have that conversation unless you talk about the marketplace and people who are paying for insurance, and I think we're doing that. We're going to hear about that in the next bill as well. I don't think you can do that without showing that Virginia will be accountable for the money that we spend, and we will prove that the programs we fund actually result in better outcomes from Virginia. We're not quite there yet, but that's something that we're working towards. This bill specifically looked to meet the needs of those who we could all agree on, and to find a funding stream to do that was very much contained within Virginia. When we talk about expanding Medicaid, we're really talking about the federal government paying for those funds, and we accept the rules by which they give them to us, which extends to 138%. But we place ourselves in jeopardy of dependency on that money when we all identify that there's a risk it will not be there. This strikes out to find a different way that's a sustainable way to fund our needs by having more of a one-to-one ratio and making sure that we have those funds in a sustainable way. I think it's an important part of the conversation. I think we need to move forward focusing on those most needy individuals whose needs we are not meeting in any other proposal that's before us this year at the legislature. So I hope that that especially those Priority 1 needs will be addressed and met as we go forward and continue this conversation. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the senator. For what purpose does the senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker, rise?
Mr. President, speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I'm pleased to be able to stand up in support of this bill as well. I think this, combined with Senate Bill 844, which we just passed, put us on the right path to being able to meet the needs of more Virginians and enable them in many instances to be able to meet their own needs. I think this is a very positive step that we have here, and I think there are a lot of us who've been working on many of these issues for many years. For example, we started with the Deeds Commission with Senator Deeds from Bath, Senator Hanger from Augusta, Senator Howell from Northern Fairfax, and myself serving on that commission. We've been addressing a lot of these the mental health needs consistently, and this would move it up to 138% of poverty, so that everyone would be covered or would be able to afford to go into the insurance exchange. Secondly, this does have significant advancement in coverage for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. I worked with Speaker Cox about 10 years ago to get a plan passed in the legislature, which we did, to say that over the next 10 years, which would lead up to about 2020, that we would try to eliminate the waiting list for those most in need. This would get us that way there. This year, I did put in a budget amendment to do that, and if we're able to fund that budget amendment, that would accomplish those components here. In addition, we, again, on the Deeds Commission have worked long and hard to try to improve not only the level of services that are provided to people with mental health, but also the transportation services that are provided for people who need a temporary detention order. Right now, what happens to many people who need a temporary detention order is that they get handled by law enforcement, by the sheriff, the local police department, get put into a police or sheriff's vehicle in the back seat, with handcuffs in most instances, and are then transported, sometimes substantial distances, to be able to get to the hospital that can take care of them. That pulls that sheriff's deputy or that police officer or whoever, the law enforcement person who's providing, away from his or her regular duties. But it also is not necessarily good for the individual who's being transported in that way, who has a mental health crisis that is causing them to need that temporary detention order. This is a much better way of doing it. We funded a pilot program working with the senator from Grayson and others down in the Mount Rogers area, and I think what we can do here is expand it. This is a lot of these things are aspirational, but they're things we've already been working on. I think we have opportunities to move that forward, and from my perspective, the best way to be able to find the money is to be able to do these things is if we expand Medicaid as has been proposed in the budget, and then have the resources to be able to meet these needs as well. So with that, I certainly hope the body would pass this measure.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the senator from Bedford, Senator Newman, rise?
Mr. President, speak briefly to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I appreciate the comments from the senator from Henrico and also from Southern Fairfax. Mr. President, when you look at this bill, you see that it really represents the Senate Finance Committee, the chairman of HHR, and others' aspirations for many years. We've all recognized that those that are in the safety net program are some of the more vulnerable among us. But when you think about everyone that's on this list, these are the ones that I think are at most risk today, including the DD waivers. This bill would say that our priority, as determined ultimately by the budget, would be that those DD waivers are extremely important, and we need to fund those. The other is the mental health and also the substance abuse and the life-threatening complex diseases. The bill also speaks to the opioid problem that we've been having as well, and to the brain injury representatives. Mr. President, the substitute does things a little different than came out of committee. I looked forward to finding a way to making sure the bill funded that. Honestly, that's not always the fun vote, but I think that these are important enough that we should do that. But this bill certainly sets up that we can have that conversation in the budget. Mr. President, when you look at this bill and all the ones that come along, we hope that is a tapestry that isn't what everyone wants in health care, but it is something that takes care of the most vulnerable. We'll have a conversation about others in the Medicaid area. It says that those people out there that are basically the working poor, that can't afford their insurance, we're going to do something with them. And then we're going to try to do something on the catastrophic side. And to the credit of every member in here, we've worked already on the bill that came forward from Senator Wagner, Donovan, and others that said that we're going to have an association. Basically allows associations, the bankers or the automobile dealers or others to come forward with an ERISA plan to offer another program to those people that are trying to do the right thing. Mr. President, this is a good step. Some would wish that it could even go further, but this is a good step toward taking care of those people that simply cannot take care of themselves. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the senator. For what purpose is the senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howell, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I also would like to speak in favor of this bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you. Many other people have already articulated how hard we've worked on these priorities over the years. I think particularly those of us who've been here a while have been struggling to increase the numbers of waiver slots, especially for our priority 1 population. And we've been working extremely hard to reform and fund our mental health system. Additionally, our aging population needs help, and I consider myself part of that population. But some of these things that are so aspirational we all agree on, I would hope we would add more for opioid addiction. I think that is something truly that we all need to focus on. But sadly, this is aspirational. I don't want anybody to think we're actually funding this. We're not funding this. Unless we expand Medicaid, we will not be able to fund it. So I'm so thrilled that we're all in agreement on what our priorities are, and I'm hopeful we'll come together in actually being able to pay for it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the senator from Petersburg, Senator Dance, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to speak to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I would like to commend the senator from Henrico on the work she's done on both Senate Bill 844 and this Bill 915. Originally in committees, I voted against both of her good bills because she's a doctor, I'm the nurse, and at one point we were both nurses, but I just didn't feel like it went far enough. And I appreciate all the work that she's put on it. I've heard her express herself even this morning as she, I guess, worked on this amendment that we have before her, for us. And I hope that we will support this new amended version. Thank you.
I thank the senator. For what purpose is the senator from Arlington, Senator Favola, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to speak in favor of the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do note, and I think rightfully so, that we have all identified areas that are very serious. We're talking about populations that are already in a crisis situation. My request is that we come up with a system that actually allows individuals to regularly see a doctor or to regularly access mental health services. So we don't have to wait until we have very, very sad and very serious individuals before us with conditions that have really progressed beyond where they should have progressed. So I understand this is aspirational, but I do understand that for the medical professionals in this chamber and others know how very important it is to be on a regular preventive care routine and to be getting treatment at the time you need it. I applaud the senators who have worked so hard on that same-day access program and the Step Up Virginia. That's been wonderful, and our CSBs are embracing that, which is a good mechanism. But I think we need to go forward, and perhaps Medicaid expansion is the most obvious vehicle, but I think we have to go forward and really embrace all of those Virginians who are hardworking and really want to go to a doctor at the time they are sick. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. Do any senators other than the patron wish to be heard on Senate Bill 915? Seeing none, the senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to clarify a couple of things. The first is that substance use disorder is included in the bill. And so I did not want that to go unexpressed. And I am extraordinarily grateful for the empathy and the support from those members of the Senate on the other side. But let me be clear. While we have consensus on the needs of these populations, we do not have consensus on how to pay for it. And in fact, this bill comes to you today in an aspirational form for that very reason. So before we go down the path of thinking that we're all in consensus on how we afford to cover these citizens, I just want to be clear that that is not a part of this bill. And with that, I move that we pass the bill.
I thank the senator. The question is, shall Senate Bill 915 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. Senate Bill 915 passes.
Senate Bill 964.
Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator Sturdivant.
Mr. President, I move that the bill pass. And speaking to the bill,
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, every one of us in here has heard stories from constituents, from family members, from neighbors, from business owners in our districts that the cost of health care is no longer affordable for them, their family, their business. With monthly premiums skyrocketing, it's just simply unaffordable. And so what this bill and what several of the other bills that this body has heard today seek to do is to help provide some relief on that front, to especially provide relief to middle-class Virginians, to small business owners in Virginia who have struggled and struggled and struggled to make ends meet, and have continued that struggle, to provide them with some relief, at least when it comes to their health insurance coverage, and to make it more affordable. And so what this bill does, Mr. President, it makes available to any Virginian a catastrophic health care plan. These are ACA plans, but under federal law, they are presently only available to people who are under 30 years of age, or people who qualify for an economic hardship waiver. And so what Senate Bill 964 does is it directs the state to obtain a waiver from the federal government, a state innovation waiver, so that we may offer these catastrophic health care plans to anyone in Virginia, to any Virginian. And one of the nice things about these plans is that while they are a relatively high deductible plan, about $7,500 deductible, the premiums are relatively affordable. They do provide 3 primary care visits and preventative services with no cost to the owner of the plan. And because they are not the bronze, silver, or gold plan, but it is a catastrophic plan, that results in having much more affordable monthly payments. And I think one of the benefits that we will see to the health insurance marketplace in Virginia as a result of being able to offer this type of plan and the others that we have discussed today is it'll help to stabilize the health insurance markets in Virginia, because we will, I think, see healthier folks who will self-select into these programs, will help, on the whole, keep premiums down. And with that, Mr. President, I would ask that the Senate pass this legislation.
I thank the senator. For what purpose does the senior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Wagner, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to speak in support of the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I think the Senate should be proud. If you start to look at some of the legislation that's already passed out of the Senate and some of the legislation we're getting ready to vote on right now, we've heard from the voters when they exited the polls this last election, what was their number one concern? It was the rising cost of health care. I think all of us have heard it loud and clear, whether you've heard it from individuals struggling to pay their co-pays, individuals struggling to pay the increased cost of pharmaceuticals across the board. You hear it. I hear it from small business people who say, I can't afford the health insurance for my employees. I don't know what to do at this point. You've got to do something. And I think we've taken some great steps here this General Assembly session to do some things. And this is certainly one of them. The bill we just previously voted on that allows an extended, if you will, scale-back catastrophic plan certainly goes a long way to providing a portion of health care in this. And I support this bill because it's another tool in the toolbox that we can use. I think an important one that the senator from Bedford mentioned earlier, the allowing the Chamber of Commerce to set up their own ERISA plan, where we finally have the buying power of literally hundreds of thousands and perhaps as many as 1 million Virginians in a single offering. Health insurance companies, if they want that business, and I'm sure they do want that block of business, are going to sharpen their pencils, as we used to say in the ship repair business. If you want the work, you better sharpen your pencil. If you want the jobs, you better sharpen the pencil. But I think one more thing that we need to talk about, and it's not really directly on this bill, Mr. President, but it's something we need to talk about and seriously look at what have we done in the laws of Virginia, perhaps long before any of us got here, except for perhaps a senior senator from Fairfax. But for most of us that have been here, a couple of decades or a little bit longer than that, and some of you have just been here a few years, we need to go back and look at the laws we put into place, too, and say, how are these laws causing the cost of health care to go up? And can they be changed to bend that cost curve? Because this not only impacts the people that are buying their health insurance, this impacts Medicare, this impacts Medicaid. It's a discussion we need across this nation. Because, ladies and gentlemen, let's take the bottom line approach. It's Medicare and Medicaid. It's these entitlement programs that are ultimately driving the debt in Washington to a place where we all should be concerned about the future of this country based on the amount of money we borrow. So can we go back and look at what we've done legally and change the legal framework to help drive down the costs of that? And I believe we can. We took a first step when we looked at the bill and asked ourselves, why do nonprofit hospitals, why are they exempt from antitrust laws? And this body said, no, they shouldn't be, by a vote of 40-0. They said they should have been. And we need to continue to look at those things because, ladies and gentlemen, we want to cover more people in Medicaid. This will give us the avenue to do it if we can hold down the cost of Medicaid. Now, Washington needs to deal with Medicare. If anybody ought to be helping us in this program, it ought to be the folks in Washington because the checks they're having to write. And I'll share a story with you. My mother-in-law recently had tubes put in her ears, and I can remember each of my daughters had to get these tubes put in their ears because, the fluid would build up inside their ears. And the bill we got from the hospital, and this has been just in the last month or two, over $8,000 to come in, get tubes put in your ear in an outpatient environment and out. $8,000. We all need to sit there and say, now what happened there that made something like that, a procedure that simple, cost $8,000? It makes no rhyme, no reason why any of that should be expensive. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we have a job to do once we get out of here. We've made some important first steps this session, but we need to continue that. Because part of the problem is what can we do to hold down rates and give our people some options? I'll admit, maybe not perfect options, but they could be a heck of a lot better if we could start to bend that curve and, God forbid, actually maybe even reduce prices. When you consider the economic burdens that we put on our citizens, I think we have to, and I hope this body continues to do this good work we're doing.
I thank the senator. Do any senators other than the patron wish to be heard on Senate Bill 964? Seeing none. Senator Sturdivant, you wish to be heard again?
Mr. President, I just renew my motion that the bill pass. Thank you.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall Senate Bill 964 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. Senate Bill 964 passes.
Uncontested calendar, Senate joint resolutions on second reading.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would now move all of the Senate joint resolutions on the second reading on the uncontested calendar, which would include all resolutions on pages 36 through 39, including Senate Joint Resolution number 19 through Senate Joint Resolution number 85, be advanced to their engrossment in third reading in the block after the adoption of any amendments. Any senator who desires to remove a resolution from the block should please do so after the clerk has read the number of that resolution.
I thank the senator. The question is, shall all Senate joint resolutions on second reading on the uncontested calendar on pages 36 through 39, Senate Joint Resolution 19 through Senate Joint Resolution 85, be engrossed in advance to their third reading in the block after the adoption of the amendments thereto, and that any senator desiring to remove a resolution from the block do so after the clerk has read the number of the resolution. All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to.
Senate Joint Resolution 19, reported from the Committee on Rules. Senate Joint Resolution 36, reported from the Committee on Rules with amendments.
Junior Senator from Loudoun, Senator Wexton. The senator wishes to move the amendments.
Move the amendment, Mr. President.
I thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee amendments be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendments are agreed to.
Senate Joint Resolution 38, reported from the Committee on Rules. Senate Joint Resolution 42, reported from the Committee on Rules. Senate Joint Resolution 47, reported from the Committee on Rules. Senate Joint Resolution 48, reported from the Committee on Rules with amendments.
Senator from Prince William, Senator McPike.
Mr. President, I move the committee amendment be agreed to.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee amendments be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendments are agreed to.
Senate Joint Resolution 50, reported from the Committee on Rules with amendments.
Senator from Bass, Senator Deeds.
Mr. President, I move that the committee amendments be agreed to.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee amendments be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendments are agreed to.
Senate Joint Resolution 53, reported from the Committee on Rules. Senate Joint Resolution 63, reported from the Committee on Rules. Senate Joint Resolution 74, reported from the Committee on Rules. Senate Joint Resolution 75, reported from the Committee on Rules. Senate Joint Resolution 81, reported from the Committee on Rules. Senate Joint Resolution 85, reported from the Committee on Rules with a substitute.
Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Mr. President, I move the committee substitute be agreed to.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to. The question is, shall the Senate joint resolutions be engrossed in advance to their third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The joint resolutions are engrossed in advance to their third reading. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would now move all of the Senate joint resolutions that find themselves on the third reading on pages 36 through 39, including Senate Joint Resolution number 19 through Senate Joint Resolution 85, that the rules of the Senate be suspended and that the third constitutional reading of the titles be dispensed with.
I thank the senator. The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the third reading of the titles of the resolutions be waived? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The reading of the titles is waived. The resolutions are now before the Senate for final consideration. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would now move all of the Senate joint resolutions on the third reading on the uncontested calendar on pages 36 through 39, including Senate Joint Resolution 19 through Senate Joint Resolution 85, be placed on their final passage in the block. Any senator who may desire to remove a resolution from the block should please do so after the clerk has read the number of that resolution.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the Senate joint resolutions on the uncontested calendar, third reading, pages 36 through 39, Senate Joint Resolution 19 through Senate Joint Resolution 85, be placed upon their final passage in the block, with the understanding that any senator desiring a resolution be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the number of the resolution. All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The resolutions are before us in the block. The clerk will read the number of the resolutions.
Senate Joint Resolution 19, Senate Joint Resolution 36, Senate Joint Resolution 38, Senate Joint Resolution 42, Senate Joint Resolution 47, Senate Joint Resolution 48, Senate Joint Resolution 50, Senate Joint Resolution 53, Senate Joint Resolution 63, Senate Joint Resolution 74, Senate Joint Resolution 75, Senate Joint Resolution 81, Senate Joint Resolution 85.
The question is, shall the resolutions be agreed to in block? That all in favor of agreeing to the resolutions will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolutions in the block are agreed to.
Returning to page 3, Senate Bill 625.
Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Serville.
Thank you, Mr. President. Renew my motion from about 10:45 this morning that the bill passed.
The senator has the floor.
Speaking of the motion, just trying to remember where I was in my explanation. I'm not going to go through it all again, but basically this bill has to do with consumer finance companies, which I mentioned are loans that people use to do, like buy appliances, trailers, ski-doos, things like that, smaller loans, lower interest rates. They check people's income, credit, background, stuff like that to get the loans. The industry has come and asked for this bill, and what the bill basically does is it sort of re-regulates the consumer finance licenses. It takes, right now they have a 36% rate cap on any loans that are under $2,500. This extends that rate cap to all loans that are granted under a consumer finance license. In exchange for that, it also raises their late fee they can charge, a loan processing fee, and it also prohibits any consumer finance company from co-locating with a car title lender or a payday lender, which is my understanding is their current practice. And so the only objections that we've received to this legislation through the process has been from the online or internet lenders, which is this new industry which has come on in the last 10, 15 years. These people are a different business. They have different types of customers. They make loans with no credit checks at very high interest rates, 300 to sometimes as high as 900%. From the consumer finance industry's perspective, these guys, the internet lenders, need a different license, a different chapter of the code. They shouldn't be in the same box as them, and they would like to see this bill passed. So this bill is focused, again, just on these consumer finance loans. It would impose a reasonable rate cap. I would hope the bill passed, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the senior senator from Loudoun, Senator Black, rise?
Speak in favor of the motion.
Senator has the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, I very briefly support the measure. Right now, we've got virtually uncontrolled situation with the internet lenders, and the proposals within this bill are modest, reasonable. They're not going to clamp down on the lending industry unduly, and I encourage you to vote for the measure.
I thank the senator. Do any senators other than the Patriot wish to be heard on Senate Bill 625? Seeing none, does the Patriot wish to be heard? Thank the senator. The question is, shall Senate Bill 625 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 2.
Ayes 37, noes 2. Senate Bill 625 passes.
Returning to page 6, Senate Bill 266.
Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd move that Senate Bill 266 be passed by the Senate. Speaking of that motion.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 266 is the omnibus certificate of public need bill that's before the Senate this year. It's not the bill I originally filed, but this bill has the components of legislations filed by the junior senator from Virginia Beach, the junior senator from Richmond, the senator from Southern Chesapeake, the senator from Fairfax City, the senator from Northern Chesapeake, and the senator from Henrico. And what you see with that list is you've got a broad spectrum of senators from very different communities in the Commonwealth with very different philosophical views on a lot of issues. But the one thing that we have in common is there's issues with the Certificate of Public Need process, and that's why you have the bill before you right now. In the past few years, we've discussed both exemptions like this, and we discussed a more comprehensive approach. The folks that oppose the bill oppose both approaches. So we've tried to work with folks. We got a little bit closer a year or two ago, and hopefully this will be the one where we're able to do it. I think you're going to hear from some of the folks that have the different needs. One that's different, and I hope he'll address it. It's a very specific need for his district, but it's not an exemption. But that is relating to the freestanding emergency departments, and that's you're going to hear from the senator from Chesapeake. The underlying bill, why I have this bill here today, relates to my local need in the Roanoke Valley. In the Roanoke Valley, we have two major health systems. We have one that has a top-level neonatal intensive care unit, and one that's trying to obtain a mid-level neonatal intensive care unit. For the last 10 years, on a bipartisan basis, the Roanoke Valley delegation has pushed to allow the creation of a mid-level NICU provider at the other healthcare provider here in the Roanoke Valley. And for years, that has been blocked through the Certificate of Public Need process. What this bill, my underlying bill, would do is allow for inside the Roanoke Valley Planning District 5 for the Commissioner of Health to take into consideration all the facts that we usually have in the Certificate of Public Need process, but not take into consideration the impact of the new service on the existing service provider unless the addition of a new NICU will bring the existing provider's volume below a standard to meet clinical proficiency. So we're still going through the process on my underlying bill, but what we're doing is we're saying you're not going to be able to take just a general impact on the other hospital and the concern. And the reason for that is because the other hospital has a monopoly, and they've had a monopoly through this entire process. And whenever there's anyone that's been able to provide a service when a monopoly exists, that has an impact on the monopoly. And that's why we need to make that condition, and that's why I brought this bill forward. There's a lot of other good provisions in this bill, like I read from that long list of senators who have had this issue in their district, and I hope it will be the pleasure of the body to pass this legislation.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker, rise?
Mr. President, I rise to speak to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I urge the body to reject this particular bill, to not pass Senate Bill 266. I think it would be very damaging public policy for us to do so and would have long-lasting implications here in Virginia. As is stated, the legislation directs actions of the Commissioner of Health and other decisions being made on certificates of public need. But what it does is in section after section of this, it says that a decision shall be made without a determination of public need, so that a certificate would be granted regardless of whether there's a public need for the project. That seems to me to stand the law on its head. In addition, for the other project that is in this, it says that the Commissioner of Health, when she's making her decision, is not allowed to consider relevant information on public need. So I think that this is exactly the type of legislation that would make us look foolish to head down this path. We have a Commissioner of Health who makes these decisions. The Commissioner of Health and her staff put in countless hours on these projects and being able to review them and make decisions as to what is in the public need of the citizens and the residents of the Commonwealth of Virginia. I happen to have worked on many of these types of applications over many years, several decades in Northern Virginia. And I can tell you that on each one of those applications, I spent countless hours, weeks, and sometimes even parts of 2 or 3 months trying to make sure we had enough information to be able to make the right decision for the public. And yet here we, as a body, are considering making these decisions for the Commissioner of Health, in effect, with very, very, very limited information. I think that's highly inappropriate. What I would also say is that we often hear that sometimes there are issues related to access to care. It's primarily in the rural areas where we have some major access to care issues. None of these exemptions deals with a rural area. Every single one of them deals with an urban area. So it's not addressing the needs in the rural areas. In addition, it was stated earlier today that we've discussed these types of exemptions. In reality, there have been certain discussions that have occurred, but to the best of my knowledge, and I've been dealing with this over the last 40 years, we have never provided a specific exemption from a certificate of public need. There was one bill that came forward about 25 years ago that did have an extensive discussion seeking an exemption from the certificate of public need process. In the end, however, that bill did not pass, and in the end, actually, the two developers who proposed that ended up in federal prison for fraud and various other things that they were endeavored in. In addition, I think it's important to understand the potential negative consequences of this. The healthcare sphere is something that is discussed earlier by another senator from the other side, is certainly not a normal marketplace for economic decisions. In reality, the reimbursement systems are not structured in ways that are equitable. There are some services for which the reimbursements are provided are very generous, and providers providing those services can make substantial profits. However, there are other services in which the reimbursement is much less than cost. And the providers of those services, particularly hospitals, consistently lose money. If you take away their ability to make money on the profitable services, but still leave them responsibility of providing the unprofitable services, what you're doing is you're jeopardizing the feasibility of the operations overall. And we are already seeing those impacts. We've had numerous obstetric units across the Commonwealth that have closed because the reimbursement provided for those services was not adequate, and they could no longer continue to provide that service. So we now have substantial numbers of people who have to drive long distances to receive those obstetric services. In addition, we even have a budget request from a hospital that is trying to keep its obstetric unit open despite relatively small volume and despite losses of money because the reimbursement system doesn't make sense. What we have here is application or the parts of this bill asking these exemptions are frequent for the services that are highly profitable services, but nobody's asking to be able to get an exemption for a service on which they're going to be losing money. I think that it's important to understand that volume is important. It relates to lower cost, lower unit cost, and higher quality of care. That the more supply we have, it results in more use and therefore increasing expenditures. We need to be making sure that we're holding down our costs and our expenditures in Virginia, not increasing them. In addition, and one final comment here, I did some research several years ago as it relates to the delivery services, birth services, obstetric units, neonatal units, and what the data in Virginia consistently showed is that the units that are larger are substantially less expensive per patient day, and that the outcomes are better. If we don't have the right decisions being made that are in the public interest, we jeopardize not only cost, but access and quality. I'd hope it to be the pleasure of the body not to pass this bill today. Thank you.
I thank the senator. For what purpose does the senior senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove, rise?
I speak to the bill, Mr. President.
Senator has the floor.
I apologize. I told you earlier I wasn't going to talk a lot on different bills, but, well, this one came up. So I feel like the senator from Russell today. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I hope that we will pass this bill. This is a bipartisan bill. We have parts of this bill were rolled in from members on both sides of the aisle. I think it particularly important is the gentleman from Roanoke and the NICU units. I mean, that's critical care, and that's something that really, really needs to happen there. As well, part that I put in there is basically just prohibits for 1 year the establishment of a freestanding emergency room department within a certain radius of an existing public hospital. This is a very, very small nibble at a very large apple. This will provide some protections and some opportunities for some health systems that desperately need this type of protection from the much larger facilities. So, Mr. President, I hope that everybody will look at the bill, see who the co-sponsors of the bill are, and support the bill. Thank you.
I thank the senator. And just to clarify, you feel like Senator Stanley, not Senator Chafin. Is that right?
Oh, you better believe it, sir. Yes.
Senator Chafin gave me a look, and I wanted to make sure that we clarified that. The senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan. For what purpose does the senator rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to speak to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
I'd like to address just a few of the issues here and support the bill. I will mention there is an exception to COPN that was passed in the last few years, and it was for the Little Sisters of the Poor right here in Richmond, Virginia. And that has gone a long way to sustain that charity here in Richmond and has made a real difference and could never have been achieved with the current regulations that are in place. I will say that there's irony here. Look, we've tried this every which way, right? We've tried to put this in place with regulations that protected services, that did a limited pilot program last year. I would suggest that this is a pilot program in and of itself. We've got a couple of things going here. To address the birth issue, those units are not self-sustaining, not only because of cost, but because the volume does not allow them to reduce liability and be safe, as you alluded to. So on the one hand, you're saying we have to sustain and support birth centers because they're so small and they're struggling, but we can't support a NICU because it's too small and struggling. It's just an inconsistent way of thinking. We need to give opportunity for competition in the marketplace, both for patient access, but also for lower cost. Anthem is moving towards this now. We're going to have a new demand for outpatient services instead of inpatient services, and in many of these locations, we are not going to be able to meet capacity. So I would suggest that this is a way for us to approach this that is a pilot program that will make a difference for how we can address the complicated issues of cost of health care in Virginia. And I hope you'll support the bill.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the senator from Arlington, Senator Favola, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Unfortunately, I rise to speak in opposition to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do believe the bill is well-intentioned, and I think the patrons are very concerned about improving access. But I just want to say there's a whole element here to the COPN process which we really haven't addressed, and that's this quality of care element. I mean, right now the Commissioner of Health has this medical facilities plan which service providers who are seeking a COPN must address. They have factors in this medical facilities plan that providers must provide information on and documentation. And what this bill says is that the commissioner now, through this bill, cannot deny an application based on volume or economic impact. But if you look at the medical facilities plan, there's a direct correlation between the volume of patients and a hospital or a provider's ability to have top-notch medical staff, state-of-the-art facilities, low mortality rates, shorter length of stays. All of that is related to the ability to create this very high-level, high-quality unit of expertise. So when you start eroding some of that and shifting the patient load, if you will, or patient choice to another provider, you in effect are taking away some of the ability of provider A to retain highly qualified experts. So I know this is sort of complicated. I'm trying to explain an economic model, and I'm not doing a very good job of it. But at the end of the day, my message is this is a very complicated subject. We are talking about the quality of health care. We should allow the professionals to make this decision. It's not just about, well, we should be able to put up another unit in location B versus location C. It's really about how we should allocate resources to get the best possible patient outcomes. On that note, Mr. President, I ask that the Senate defeat this bill.
I thank the senator. What purpose does the senator from Bedford, Senator Newman, rise?
Mr. President, to speak briefly to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, those of you that serve on education and health have mulled over the COPN issue now for many years. It is a difficult issue. We have had subcommittees that have looked at it, and I believe that the Senate of Virginia has tried desperately to do the right thing. When we have brought bills to this floor, we've tried to fund those bills. We've had bills coming over from the more numerous body that simply were a bill that had nothing to do with funding, had no concerns about the impacts on hospitals, and we have rejected those, and we've done the right thing. Mr. President, I think this day we have done a lot to help for a lot of our constituents and hurting Virginians, middle-class Virginians, on the cost of health care. And this one's going to do it too. I will tell you that we have heard stories, and it's story after story, where you've seen an imaging cost come in at something close to $3,000. You allow some form of competition with that imaging, and the cost comes in about $400. Mr. President, that matters to working class people. That matters to working class people. It matters to the Medicaid budget. Mr. President, we have been working through this bill now for the last few weeks, and a senator from Southern Fairfax who has done more work on this than I'll ever think about, he did bring up a point that's exactly right. In this bill, we do exempt them from the need process, but that's the process that we would have to exempt them from. Mr. President, if you know much about COPN, you know this. The process itself is extinguishing those that want to come forward to get the opportunity to get new services. Why? Because it's extremely expensive to bring one of these cases. And your chances of winning, almost zero. You're not going to win unless you happen to be an incumbent, and then you've got a much better shot of winning. Mr. President, this bill, some have said it's picking off individual ones that have been considered carefully by your Education and Health Committee. But notice this. There have been some around this Capitol who have been very clear with us. They've said when we've brought uniform bills, tried to fund those uniform bills, don't do it this way. We can't have big bills. We need to make sure that we let off the steam on small things. Sure, we'll fix the small things. Small things don't get fixed. We don't have a NIC unit at a hospital that has labor and delivery in Roanoke. Small things don't get fixed. And as a result, we said, okay, we'll bring forward a small bill. This is a drop in the bucket bill for competition. This bill basically says that we're going to let some of the steam out, allow some of these much needed facilities go into effect by this process. The gentleman is right on some of these COPN issues. We've not done some of this in a long time. I did look back, and as most of you know in here, when it comes to nursing home beds, we've done it quite a bit. And as a matter of fact, the good governor today had a bill back a few years ago in 2010 to do just that. And during the process that we went through a few years ago, he was very helpful in the bigger issue of COPN reform. I have no idea. I've not discussed with the governor where he is on this bill, but I can tell you this, he's been helpful in the past. Mr. President, I'm going to leave you with one item, and that is a short history on what happened with COPN, and it's not pretty how we got to where we are. A number of years ago, a president named Nixon decided he was going to move into a grand experiment. It was an awful experiment, and who did he take with him? He took, at the time, Dick Cheney and Don Rumsfeld, put them in the basement of the White House, and every week, they set prices on everything in the country. Wheat, they set prices on transportation, everything. That clearly failed in about 3 months, and that went away. There's one remnant left of that, and that's COPN. Mr. President, this is a remnant of something that worked so poorly a few years ago that it was universally dismissed. A few states put it into their codes, and when they put it into the codes, it didn't come out. And that's how we end up being here today on this narrow product. Mr. President, this is not a big bill. This Senate has done the right thing on COPN over and over again and been responsible. This is a small bill. This is a bill that lets the steam out just a little bit. I would hope that we would pass this bill and continue to have that conversation, that much-needed conversation about how we go forward into the future. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the senator. For what purpose does the senior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Wagner, rise?
Mr. President, I rise to speak in favor of the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I got on my feet just a few minutes ago and talked about do we have government policies in place right now that are driving up the cost of health care? And I would submit to you that our CON laws or COPN laws or whatever you want to define them are those kinds of laws that drive our health care costs up. I mean, I hear anecdotally from Northern Virginia surgeons who would otherwise have to use their procedures at a Northern Virginia hospital saying, come over to my outpatient clinic in Maryland and get the same procedure done for a third of the cost. You all know it from Northern Virginia. You've heard the stories over and over and over again. No cut in quality, nothing else. But I just sat there and listened to the senator from Bedford right behind me talk bad about a Republican president. Well, I want to talk about a letter here, a 16-page letter from the Obama administration's Federal Trade Commission and Department of Justice, a joint letter written to the Virginia Certificate of Public Need Work Group dated October 26, 2015. I won't read all 16 pages, but I want to read the paragraph so you know I'm not trying to paraphrase this. CON laws, when enacted, had the laudable goal of reducing health care costs and improving access to care. However, it is now apparent that CON laws, let me get to the right page here. What did I do with it? Thank you. Yeah, it was so well organized. And it worked real well. I'm going to start one more time. And I've probably written on it. No. Anyway, I will go on to say that it basically, let me finish the paragraph now, that CON laws can prevent the efficient functioning of healthcare markets in several ways that may undermine these goals. First, CON laws create barriers to entry, expansion, limit consumer choice, and stifle innovation. Second, incumbent firms seeking to thwart or delay entry by new competitors may use CON laws to achieve that end. Third, as illustrated by the FTC's recent experience in the Phoebe Putney case, CON laws can deny consumers the benefit of an effective remedy following the consummation of an anti-competitive merger. Finally, the evidence to date does not suggest that CON laws have generally succeeded in controlling cost or improving quality. For these reasons explained more fully below, the agencies historically have suggested that states consider repeal or retrenchment of their CON laws, and in this case respectfully suggest that the work group in the General Assembly consider such actions. Mr. President, that's from the Federal Trade Commission and the Department of Justice. There are states that have repealed entirely CON laws. The quality of care is just as high as it is here in Virginia, maybe higher, I don't know. But, Mr. President, we have an obligation, as I said earlier, to do everything we can to be introspective about our own laws and ask ourselves, what can we do here? What have we put in place over the years that we can now undo to allow more competition into the market? Because we know one thing, Mr. President, competition works. It increases quality and it decreases prices. Mr. President, I hope we approve this bill.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards, rise?
Mr. President, I'm speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
I initially supported the bill from the senator from Roanoke County because it involves a NIC unit in my district, and the language of the bill requires a showing of public need. And there's some conditions such as the assurance of complying with certain charity care provisions. But, Mr. President, this has become a Christmas tree bill. This bill has 6 other planning districts involved. They're very different than the one in my district. And 5 of these 6 planning districts here, according to the bill, do not require a showing of public need at all. It's almost like we're abolishing COPN as far as these particular planning districts are concerned. Mr. President, I've never opposed the COPN as a concept. I do think COPN needs reforming. It's entirely too expensive. It takes too long. It's too cumbersome. And we need to take a look at that. In fact, 15 years ago, I believe it was, I worked on a subcommittee to try to reform the process. We made some steps there, but we may not have gone far enough. And I don't think we can abolish the COPN process unless and until we expand Medicaid. And then we'll take a good, hard look at it. I think it should be looked at if we can expand Medicaid, because I think there's some problems with the whole process. But at the same time, I've never taken the position of abolishing the COPN process. There's some good things about it, of requiring public need, the idea of providing some efficiencies and better use of tax dollars, especially with Medicaid dollars and all the rest. But, Mr. President, I can't support the bill the way it's drafted now. It's got too many Christmas tree ornaments here, and especially the ornaments that say there's no requirement to show a public need on these other provisions of this bill. So I don't plan to vote for the bill, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker, rise?
Mr. President, speaking just briefly in addition to comments I made earlier.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, just to address a couple of comments that were made in reference to some of the things the senator from Bedford said. I don't doubt that Dick Cheney and Donald Rumsfeld may have been involved with some stuff related to the health planning law. There was a federal health planning law that was passed in 1973, but that was not the initiation of certificate of need. There had already by that point been a large number of states who on their own had implemented that. And in fact, we did it here in Virginia in advance of many of the federal provisions that came into being enacted. So it's been something that has been initiated at the state level. And in reality, the vast majority of states that implemented certificate of need still have their laws on their books. So it's not been something that has been a major problem, it has had disastrous results that have led to large numbers of states repealing it. In addition, as it relates to the issue of whether there have been exemptions before, to the best of my knowledge, there has been no exemption for a specific project. What there have been is a number of exemptions to be able to file an application, but not to predetermine the outcome of that application. There is a provision in the law that says that if you want to file an application for a nursing home to expand it or to develop a new nursing home, you cannot even do that unless the state invites filing of applications for your particular planning district. And in reality, the reason that exists is because that has a substantial impact upon the Medicaid budget in Virginia, because over 2/3 of the patients in Virginia nursing homes are Medicaid patients. So we're trying to make sure that we don't get burdened with these unnecessary costs by not even allowing people to file applications. The exemptions that have been granted in the past would allow someone to file a specific application but not guarantee what the result of that would be. The other thing I think is important to take into consideration is how Virginia compares with other states. The health care expenditures per capita in Virginia are less than the national average. It's not that we're getting high costs, we're actually getting lower expenditures and costs as a result of the system that we have in place. And the quality measures in Virginia consistently exceed the national average. We don't have a system that has poor outcomes. We don't have a system that has high cost. We are much better off because of the system we have in place. And I'd hope we would not damage it with this bill.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the junior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan, rise?
Speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Very briefly, because I feel like in this conversation, there's some individuals who are being lost. So I'm going to talk about Dr. Susan Everhart, who is the eye doctor who asked me to bring Senate Bill 354. And that's the piece of the bill that would permit an ambulatory surgery center to be built in District 15 for eye surgery. Dr. Everhart serves mostly Medicare and Medicaid patients. And as of January 2019, due to changes in federal regulations, eye surgeons have to use the most cost-effective surgical center in providing eye surgery, or they face penalties. And so she could go to a hospital to provide these surgeries, but on average, hospital outpatient surgical departments cost Medicare and Medicaid 30% more than ambulatory care centers. She used to take her patients, she's in Ashland. She serves patients in Hanover and the surrounding areas. in the mostly rural areas of Planning District 15. She used to take them to Virginia Ioneer until it moved across the river. So she would put her patients in a van and drive them to Virginia Ioneer. And then when they moved across the river, her only choices were to take them to Virginia VEI or Stony Point once these regulations take effect, because that's more cost effective. But that means she has to put her patients in a van and drive an extra 45 minutes. Some of them that are already driving 45 minutes to get to her. Now, every year that we talk about COPN reform, and we almost reach a deal, but we don't quite reach a deal, you have providers like Dr. Everhart, who I believe are getting lost in the conversation. And you have her patients who, due to no fault of their own, due to no fault of hers, she's stuck. Now, yes, she could put in an application for a certificate of public need, but quite frankly, going through that process is going to cost her more than buying the equipment that she needs to do the surgeries in her office. Why would she do that? So if you are a hospital or a hospital-affiliated ambulatory center, you can go through the process a lot more effectively than somebody like Dr. Everhart. That's why I brought this bill for her. And whether this bill passes or not, whether we talk about COPN reform this year or not, just remember, every year we don't address COPN reform in some way, you've got your Dr. Everharts. And so whether this bill passes or not, we are going to have to address COPN reform at some point. If we're not going to do it this year, why not look at individual providers and say, is there a need? This is not a high margin procedure. Is there a need? And if it's too expensive to go through the process right now, isn't that what we're here for? We just passed a bill Friday taking the decision about whether something's in the public interest from the State Corporation Commission because we were concerned about whether or not they were really going to do what we wanted them to do in a cost-effective manner. What's the difference here? And that's why I ask you to support the bill.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 266? The patron wish to be heard?
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator has the floor.
If no one else wishes to speak, thank you.
Senator has the floor.
I was just about to say before that was said how difficult it is to follow the junior senator from Richmond, and it got more difficult. Mr. President, a lot of folks have made a lot of great points about this. This bill is not a groundbreaking bill. It's not the first time that we've exempted services. It's been pointed out by the doctor from Henrico that hospital or facility in her area has previously benefited from an exemption. It was pointed out by the senator from Bedford about your predecessor carrying legislation for an exemption. And my predecessor also carried legislation. Both of them carried legislation that was successful to grant the exemption. And one of the things I really appreciated about the junior senator from Richmond's comments about the physicians and medical practitioners in this getting lost in the shuffle who are trying to provide the best care to their patients. And that's exactly what this bill is all about. In committee, we heard from Dr. Harding. Dr. Harding from Lewis Gale in Salem found his name in a national magazine for all the wrong reasons, not through fault of his own, but because of a very bad outcome that happened in the Roanoke Valley. And he came and he shared his story with us. And a few years ago, when we were still debating through the process if we should allow Lewis Gale to have a NICU, and the incumbent monopoly kept stifling it, and everyone in the delegation supported that. The doctor had to come a month later and testify with the strongest argument of all that he wished he couldn't make, which was an actual child, not a theoretical child, an actual child lost their life at his hospital because they were not able to be transferred to the NICU in time. And he believes that if they had a NICU, that child would have a much better chance. But the special ambulance to take the child from Lewis Gale to the hospital that currently enjoys a monopoly and advertises in our region that they have a monopoly on the NICU, that ambulance to get there wasn't available, and the child was lost. And that's why he came to speak for this bill and said why it was so important for our district, our community, that we have this exemption. And that's the same reason you just heard from the junior senator from Richmond, and it's the same reason why these bills were filed by 5 other legislators across the Commonwealth. And I hope it will be the pleasure of the body to pass Senate Bill 266.
I thank the senator. The question is, shall Senate Bill 266 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 20, noes 19.
Ayes 20, noes 19. Senate Bill 266 passes.
On page 7, Senate Bill 757.
Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator Sturdivant.
Mr. President, I move that the bill pass. And speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, we all know that we face a very significant opioid crisis in the Commonwealth, and we are headed towards an ever-increasing mental health crisis in Virginia. It might surprise you to learn that Virginia is ranked 42nd for access to mental health care in the entire country, 42nd. We actually, this past year, dropped from 38th to 42nd in access to mental health care here in the Commonwealth. Several public hospitals lack bed space and oftentimes run at capacity. And it was actually this past September, I believe it was, in the fall, when our Commissioner of Behavioral Health testified before a joint committee of the General Assembly that our state hospitals, our mental health hospitals, psychiatric hospitals, are headed towards being at overflowing by 2024, and that business as usual is heading us right off the cliff. And this is from our state Commissioner of Behavioral Health. And so what Senate Bill 757 seeks to do, Mr. President, is that it would remove the certificate of need requirement for psychiatric facilities, mental health facilities, and substance abuse treatment facilities. Because even though we are 42nd in the entire country for access to mental health care, even though we are headed off a cliff and going to facing overflowing state mental hospitals by 2024, despite those things, we still allow potential competitors to block each other from increasing access through the Certificate of Public Need program. Applications to provide more than 150 psychiatric beds have been denied here in the Commonwealth since 2011. It was surprised, or by coincidence, I was driving in yesterday morning, listening to the radio, and heard a story that I think may have been mentioned earlier with regard to another bill, but that there are sheriff's departments in Southwest Virginia that drive more than 10,000 miles a year to transport patients in need of mental health treatment because there are not available beds in their area. So they're transporting them from Southwest Virginia to Norfolk in some cases, to Richmond, all the way to Fairfax. And there are a lot of different reasons for that, and I'm sure some will be recited here today. But nonetheless, the COPM process, at least as it pertains to mental health treatment and substance abuse treatment, is a barrier to entry to providing additional care. And one of the things that I wanted to include in this bill, that we do include this bill that is before you today, is that there is a provision that charity care must still be provided by these hospitals, and that the Department of Health will ensure quality standards, so that even though we would be removing the COPN process for these types of treatment facilities, they would still have to provide charity care, and there would still be a permitting process through the Department of Health to ensure high quality standards. And with that, Mr. President, I ask that the bill pass, please.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the senator from Petersburg, Senator Dance, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to speak in opposition to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
I appreciate what the senior senator from Richmond had to say as far as his explanation, but working in the area of psychiatric facilities has been something that I did most of my work career time. But even as a mayor of the city of Petersburg, where we have a Poplar Springs, and I know I've watched it expand. I watched it provide services not just for the community, but the veterans and the active military as well. And I know that they have a capacity maybe for 130 beds, with only 75 beds being filled. So I know that there are beds that are still not being filled in psychiatric units. We refer to the state, but it's more than the state. There are facilities. And when we talk about rural areas, if you think that by passing this bill that they're going to build psychiatric facilities, I think that that is just a misnomer to think that that would happen. And I think we're moving a little bit too fast in the area of certificate of public needs. We're trying to address, as we did with legislation earlier, quality of care for people, but I think we're going a little bit too fast here, and I would hope we would not move on this particular bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the senator. For what purpose does the senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker, rise?
Mr. President, speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I rise to speak in opposition to this bill. I think it would be a significant mistake if we as a Commonwealth decided to deregulate this one particular service. Right now we are in a situation where in the last 5 years there have been 24 applications for additional psychiatric beds. 21 of those applications have been approved. It's not as if the Commissioner of Health has been turning down large numbers of applications for additional psychiatric beds. In addition, what we have is a situation where there are far more beds than are actually needed right now in the private sector. The private sector has large numbers of empty beds and has the capacity to be able to handle additional patients. The senior senator from Richmond is correct in that the state facilities in recent years have been operating at relatively high occupancy rates. There's no question about that. A lot of that has been driven by the actions that we took in 2014 to make sure that a state facility was the facility of last resort for anyone who needed a temporary detention order. There are ongoing efforts of the State Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Services working with the private hospitals to be able to find more, to use more of that unused capacity within the private sector to take some of these patients rather than the majority of them coming to the state facility. So I think that is something that will improve over time. In addition, through the commission, the Deeds Commission that the senator from Bath, the senator from Augusta, the senator from Northern Fairfax and I have been serving on, we are working very hard and making significant progress in restructuring the entire mental health system here in Virginia. As part of that, I think that in the end we will be able to provide services in a way that give people better care earlier in the process, and in effect reduce the demand or the need for inpatient services, as well as shorten the length of time that people stay in state facilities when they need to go to a state facility. Right now, in many instances, up until the last year at least, many people, if they had a mental health problem, would call their local community services board, say, I have a problem, can you see me and provide some treatment? They would often be put on a waiting list or get an appointment 3 or 4 weeks out. 3 or 4 weeks out, I might decide, I don't have a problem anymore. I don't need to go to that appointment. And what happens when I don't get the care when I was willing to accept it and when I recognize that I had a problem, then I'm much more likely to go into crisis and be to the point where I need a temporary detention order, where I need inpatient hospitalization. It's much better to prevent that hospitalization by providing outpatient care than waiting until they need that care. In addition, our state facilities in particular have large numbers of people who needed to be in an inpatient setting but no longer need to be there, but are still there because we don't have placements for them in the community. If we provided community services up front and provide same-day access to people, and we provide the placements for them when they no longer need to be in a facility, we will dramatically reduce the number of people in our state facilities and won't need more state beds any more than we need the private beds. I think it would be a mistake to move in this direction as proposed by this bill, and I'd hope it'd be the pleasure of the body to defeat this measure.
I thank the senator. What purpose does the senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to speak to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
I agree that the prospect of trying to resolve the issue of access to mental health services is complicated. It has to do with nursing staffing. It has to do with many other variables. However, having the marketplace determine that there are too many beds is better than having the government determine that there are too many beds, and that this competition may create a situation where hospitals are competing to accept some of the TDOs that are now overcrowding our public hospitals. And this may not be the perfect solution, but it is a solution, and what we're doing now is not working quite yet. We don't have same-day access in our CSBs. We have same-day assessment. We don't have same-day access, and I would suggest that this is near crises and that we ought to use every tool we have in the toolkit to reference a metaphor we've been using. So in any case, I hope you will support this bill. It's not going to hurt. The market will right-size this. Let's open up as many beds as the market allows.
I thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 757? Seeing none, does the patron wish to be heard?
Mr. President, given the late hour, much has been said. I would simply say that reject the Cheney-Rumsfeld way of doing things and go with the Obama FTC way of doing things. And I'd ask the body to please pass the bill.
Thank the senator. That's a general statement. Is that right? We are now at the point of voting on Senate Bill 757. All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 17, noes 22.
Ayes 17, noes 22. Senate Bill 757 fails.
On page 28, Senate Bill 856.
Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President and members of the Senate, this is the bill that everybody seems to refer to as the WMATA bill. What we have to do as a result of recommendations made by a study, I think, was Ray LaHood, a former Republican congressman and Secretary of Transportation, was that $500 million of additional funding was needed, of which Virginia would come up with about 154, Maryland and D.C., I guess, slightly more. What I thought I'd do is go over where this funding, the Virginia share, comes from, and Senator Barker, who was our representative, I guess, with NVTC, we'll go over the findings of the Hood organization. I will tell you this, that the expenses of Metro were in line with transit systems all around the country. And their pension was all the pension system, and the funding of it also was in line with what is standard with other transit systems around the country. The state will put up $30 million a year, and $20 $20 million of that comes from bonds that are expiring this year that were sold in 1993, had a 25-year life, and they will be paid off in 2018. That's $20 million, and then the other $10 million comes from a 1% statewide rental car tax that is in existence now. The $44 million a year, $44.5 million a year approximately will come from the 3% regional transient occupancy tax. The regional tax was enacted in former Speaker Howe's bill in 2013, and when it went to Governor McDonald, many of you in here had voted for the 3%. Governor McDonald, prior to the veto session, cut it back from 3% to 2%. So this takes it back to the 3 that we had when the conference report was voted on here. And what that raises is $44.5 million. It's a 1% increase. So if a hotel, for instance, in Crystal City or Tyson's is currently charging $200 a night, the increase in that tax would be $2, which is hardly going to be a deterrent for anybody paying $200 or $300 a night. Then that's $44.5 million. 29 million, 29.9, let's say 30 million, will come from the grantor's tax, and that's 10 cents. That's going up 10 cents per thousand, from 15 to 25 cents. When the conference report on Speaker Howe's bill was voted on here, it was 25 cents. And and Governor McDonald cut that back to 15 cents. That 10 cents per hundred translates to this. If you sell your house for $1 million or any real estate, and keep in mind, this only applies, what I've just told you, these taxes, they only apply to Northern Virginia and essentially Arlington, Alexandria, Fairfax, and Loudoun. That's it. It doesn't apply anywhere else except I'll get to the one that affects us in Tidewater. But that on 10 cents a hundred, if you sold something for $1 million, it would add $1,000 to the expenses, and that will raise about $30 million a year. Then $18.6 million will come from the putting a floor on the metro tax, which is currently 2.1%, and that doesn't get changed. When we passed, I think it was Speaker Howe's bill was 2313. When we passed that, we put a floor in the conference committee. We put a floor on the statewide wholesale price of gasoline, which at the time, on February the 20th, 2014, was $3.14, I think was the average. But we didn't do it on the regional tax. So and gasoline since then has dropped a lot. And by tying that to the same floor that we have the statewide price, that will raise about $22 million or $18.6 million in Northern Virginia, and slightly more in the Tidewater, Hampton Roads area, because they have the same metro tax as well. That'll translate in, right now the average price of gasoline is about $2.50, $2.60 a gallon, and that will translate into about, you won't see it at the pump, it's about 2 cent increase in the total tax structure, 2 cents to 3 cents increase in the total tax structure, 2.5 probably to be more exact. Then the local governments from NVTA, and all their funding was created in 2313. those local governments will kick in another $31 million. And that brings it to about $154 million. As I said before, when the bill was on second reading, we removed the so-called Uber tax, and we also removed, in the original bill, we had $110 million a year in bonds, and we've taken that out totally. The only other funding is the money that Virginia has put up for the last 10 years has been $50 million a year, and D.C. puts up 50, and Maryland puts up 50. Federal government puts up 150. Well, the other day in the paper it said that the current administration was going to drop the 150. We put our $50 million in here contingent, and it is strictly contingent on the federal government coming out with their money. Well, they announced yesterday in their budget that they'll do $120 million, which means that only $40 million can be used out of this, because we'll put up 40, Maryland put up 40, and D.C. put up 40. On controlling cost, and by the way, this $40 million goes nowhere unless there is federal money, A, and B, the other areas put up their money as well. The other thing, people have asked, what about controlling cost? If the operational expenses, exceed 3% increase, we withhold all of our money. We withhold all of our money. That is quite an incentive, and that doesn't exist, I don't think, anywhere else. That's quite an incentive for the Metro Board to hold down the cost. And what I'll do now is turn it over to Senator Barker, who was involved in some of the organizational structural changes of the Metro Board.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Sasslaw. Speaking to the measure before us right now.
Senator has the floor.
This is something that is critical that we do and that we do it this year. I'm the only Virginia legislator who's on the board for the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments, so I sort of inherited this issue as a result of that, and I've been working extensively with my colleagues in D.C. and Maryland over the last 2 to 3 years to try to address a lot of the issues that have been existing at Metro. What I can tell you is that if anybody's read the news clips over the last 3 years, you understand some of the issues that Metro has been facing. Unfortunately, many of those problems and situations that they've been facing have been, to a large extent, self-inflicted. Metro did not address its capital needs over a long period of time and got way behind in terms of capital replacement and capital enhancements that were needed. As a result, there's been significant implications for reliability of equipment, significant implications for timeliness of trains being on time, some safety issues that have been presented, some loss of confidence in the system. All of that has led to decreased ridership, which has resulted in a system that in the early 2000s, over 90% of the operating cost was covered from the fares. So there was very little subsidy that was needed on the operating side. Now it's gotten to the point where just less than 70% of the cost are covered by fares, and the subsidy that's been needed has risen. In Virginia, nearly all of that operating subsidy is provided by local governments in Northern Virginia, not by the state. And when we first began addressing this issue in 2016, we focused initially on the safety issues. We resolved a lot of the problems that were existing there. And last year, we passed legislation, as did Maryland and D.C., to set up a safety commission that is independent of the Metro General Manager and independent of the Metro Board, and that has the ability to manage those situations and to force Metro to shut down when there are situations that have not been adequately addressed. This past year, I've been working on the whole structure of Metro, the operational and management issues that they've had, as well as the funding. What we've decided through the process that we went through this past year was to say that from a Maryland, Virginia, and District of Columbia perspective that we would help address the funding, but only for capital needs. We felt that that was something for us at the state level, appropriate action to take, but that the localities and the Metro Board had to continue to deal with the issues in terms of operational cost and maintenance. There's been tremendous progress over the last couple of years. The operation of the system is much better than it was. It's not gotten fully resolved, but the on-time reliability of trains has gone from a little over 70% to over 90%. So a lot of the things that were major problems have been addressed. But a study, an evaluation done by the Metro General Manager said that the system needed over $15 billion over a 10-year period to address its capital needs and to get back to a state of good repair. There were independent evaluations of that. They concurred, but the funding has been there for only about $10 billion of that $15 billion, which is why we agreed to work to collaboratively together to come up with another $500 million a year, our portion in Virginia being $154 million. Last year, because of some of the concerns about the operation of Metro, there was language put in the budget to require an independent study to be done, particularly of the operations and the governance issues at Metro. As the senior senator from Fairfax referenced, the Commonwealth of Virginia contracted with former U.S. Transportation Secretary Ray LaHood and a company that he works with to do that study. That study found that many of the things that had been alleged last year were not true, that the cost incurred by Metro per labor hour worked, including both benefits and wages, is almost right in the middle of major transit systems across the country. It's not high. The pension costs are actually less. The pensions received by Metro retirees is less than the national average, and the pension system is better funded than the pension systems for state employees in Virginia and in Maryland. So that many of the types of things in terms of financial management turned out not to be true. There are some operational issues, most critical of which that was identified by Secretary LaHood is that the Metro system has been providing more service per passenger mile, which means more empty seats than any other rail system in the entire country. And so that is an issue that is being addressed, and there's language in the bill to continue to address that issue. We've also put into the bill a proposal to reduce the number of board members, the size of the board that is meeting around the table to make decisions, and cutting it in half from 16 members to the 8 members who are actual board members and not alternates, to try to make sure that this board is wrestling with the types of issues that it needs to tackle and coming to conclusion and resolution of those things rather than pushing them down the road. There's a lot that's happening. It's positive. I've been very pleased with the progress that I've made working with my Maryland and D.C. colleagues over the past year. It started out with a very difficult situation in that they were making proposals that had 0% chance of passing here in Richmond. And we got them turned around to make sure that we are able to make the decisions on our own as to how we provide the funding, but that we're going to come through with our share of the funding. And we've been able to reach consensus on the types of governance reforms and other changes that need to be made to the system that we will hold them accountable to. And as the senior senator from Fairfax said, our funding is contingent upon Maryland and D.C. fulfilling their commitments on these things and upon Metro operating in the ways that they have guaranteed to us that they will do that. For those reasons, I think Metro is absolutely critical to the economy of Virginia. If we don't have a well-functioning Metro system, the entire economy of Virginia will suffer. We've seen that already in terms of some of the implications in Northern Virginia, and I guarantee you Amazon would not be considering anything in the metropolitan area, much less Virginia, unless we were on board to fix this. So I'd hope it'd be the pleasure of the body to pass this measure today.
I thank the senator. For what purpose does a senior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Wagner, rise?
I rise to speak in favor of the bill, very briefly.
The senator has the floor.
Listen, as a member of the Finance Committee and actually as a candidate for governor, unsuccessfully, I might add, but I did get a chance to get around the state early on, and you quickly realize a couple of things. First of all, how important Metro is to the economy in Northern Virginia, and secondly, how bad a shape it's in. And we've had some subcommittees, meetings of the Senate Finance Committee up in Northern Virginia to look at the system. We studied Congressman LaHood's report on that and convinced that the recommendations that he's made have been implemented. There's been a lot of change at Metro. It had a very bad reputation. I'm not going to say it's great right now, but it's certainly in the right direction. I'm convinced in my mind that these repairs have to be made if that system's going to remain viable. I will say that the senator from Eastern Fairfax, who constantly keeps me informed of the rates on 66, 95 toll roads, just came over to my desk earlier today and said it was $46.50 on Interstate 66 to get home this evening. So if you want to see $66.60, you go ahead and let Metro stop running trains or slow down the trains or not have as many trains. Mr. President, we all know, and we jokingly know, but Northern Virginia is the economic engine of this state. I mean, we certainly all have prides in the areas that we represent, very much so. But we recognize that our education system around the Commonwealth wouldn't be the education system that we have today if it wasn't for the economic success of Northern Virginia. We recognize that many things that we look at in this budget, quite frankly, we wouldn't be looking at if it wasn't for the tax revenues derived from Northern Virginia. I will tell you, in this bill, this is a Northern Virginia self-assist bill. This money's coming out of the pockets of the people that reside in Northern Virginia to fix a problem that is unique to Northern Virginia. Now, if we don't do this here, I suspect Northern Virginia localities would have to figure out a way to come up with the money themselves. So either way, we've got to amass this money to fix a system that's vital to the economy in Northern Virginia, which inherently makes it vital to the economy in Hampton Roads and makes it vital to the economy all over the Commonwealth of Virginia. So I hope you support this bill.
I thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 856? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 856 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 25, noes 15.
Ayes 25, noes 15. Senate Bill 856 passes. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Mr. President, inquiry of the clerk, when will we get the supplemental calendar?
In about 45 minutes.
Inquiry of the clerk, does that complete today's calendar mercifully?
Blessedly, that thus endeth the reading of the calendar.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there any other business to come before the Senate?
There is one shopping day left. This is it.
This is it. The clerk will report any announcements on the desk.
Today, Tuesday, February 13th, the Committee on Privileges and Elections will not meet. The Committee on Local Government will not meet. Happy Valentine's Day. The Finance Subcommittee on Education will meet at
a date to be determined in the future.
At a date to be determined in the future. The Education and Health Subcommittee on Health will not meet. Nothing is meeting this afternoon. Tomorrow, Wednesday, February 14th, Valentine's Day, the Finance Subcommittee on Public Safety will meet at 7:30 a.m., 6th floor, Senate Leadership Conference Room in Pocahontas. Senators McDougal, Howell, Norman, Lucas, Carrico, and Obenshain.
Madam Clerk, we're going to move that back till 8.
All right, the Finance Subcommittee on Public Safety will meet at 8 a.m. The Committee on Finance will meet at 9 a.m., Committee Room B in Pocahontas. The Women's Legislative Roundtable will meet at 9:30 a.m. in the Credit Union House, 108 North 8th Street. The Republican Caucus will meet at 11:30 a.m., Senate Room 2. The Democratic Caucus will meet at 11:30 a.m., Senate Room 1.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
I used to sit there when I was a young. I will be out here by 2:30.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate do now adjourn until 12 noon tomorrow.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the Senate adjourn until 12 noon tomorrow? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The chair is uncertain. We will have a recorded vote. Senate stands adjourned until 12 noon tomorrow.